Okay, testing, 1, 2. Let's see what we got here. Looks like we are working, so let me say hello to everyone. All right, so we got a bunch of folks in here. Hello to everyone and Merry Christmas. All right, so what we got here? Oh, man. Welcome to everyone. We got Aisha, Harry, or Asha, her baby daddy. Donnie Pitbull Kuntz, welcome. Say what? And Sarah. Christine Jeffrey from Australia, welcome. All right, KLL and Miss Johns Snow. K. We got EWTN Network. All right, Dory, welcome. Welcome, Bron. Four Pitts. Royal Wee. David Gray. Mino Dino. Valencia's mom, Merry Christmas. All right, it's a new day. Welcome in. And Corner Piece. Amy Mickey. Lauren Mooney. Catherine, Elizabeth Park. Woman Doin. Sweet Dude Shibby. Andrea Linder. You Can't Handle the Truth 1. Is that a mouthful? Welcome, everybody. Sweet and Salty says Merry Christmas. Rebecca Ann, 1965. Heather Brown. Jenny, 33. All right, Mino Dino being mean here. Chat will be way better than sitting with family tonight. Oh, stop that. Right. And yeah, I got one here a little. And a little string here. Uh-oh, got a thread. I don't want to pull on the thread. What am I going to do with that? All right. Prof, hope you can Toblerone me tonight. Probably not. Dawn Steele, welcome. And Nobody Nothing, 1717, what's up? Kelly, what's up at Kelly? And Peaches, 81. TJ Bits. Right. Dan Jones, welcome. Right. Pink Quartz 1111. And Kelly. Digital. Laura Naran. All right. Who else we have in here? Elizabeth Jones from Scotland. Welcome, Elizabeth. All right. Judge Jessica. V. Malibu. Don't dox me. Icy Cat. Welcome, everyone, okay? I can't even say this name. From Greece. Greek words from Greece. Okay. All right. Icy Cat. Rose Adams. All right, everybody. So, welcome into. Whoa, it's getting near the end of the year, isn't it? Christmas already. This year will be done before you know it. We'll be into New Year, January, and I look forward to that. I look forward to January coming around because I always love the renewed energy of a new year. Right. Out of the shadows with Ginger. Welcome, first time commenting, long time listener. Well, welcome everyone, and I hope that everyone's having a wonderful Christmas. Uh, I had planned to do so much. Every single plan has fallen through. So I don't even know what I'm doing here. Um, yeah, it's a long story, but we'll leave it at that. What's up, Bonnie? All right. Now, all right. Thanks for saying I look nice. Thank you. Yes, please hit the like button also. Please hit that like button. That would be nice. Wow, today was nuts. Uh, Obviously, I made the bad decision of going to the grocery store today. And as you could imagine, uh, Christmas Eve insanity at the grocery store. And but no, all of my plans have fallen through. Okay, as far as the fans, I mean the plans. So we had I had several guests. I had several guests. I had that I wanted to line up and do some some end of the year stuff, but all of that has fallen through. It's been amazing how things will just fall through at the holidays. Uh, um, so it ends up being just me tonight, just me and you. So I thought, well, okay, well, instead of some discussion with our guests, what I'll do is I'll discuss with the chat here. So we'll just have a little one on one. That sounds good with me. I have no problem with that. What's up? Who's your daddy? All right, and Dennis McKean, what up? And V, all right, everyone coming in. Oh yeah, and if you're just lurking, obviously just join the chat. It's fine in the chat. We love you in the chat. What's up, Rose Adams? Sweet and salty. All right. All right. You guys are nice. Yeah. So, oh man, there's been so much. Okay, so let me do some checking on some things here. Let's see. First of all, go here and here and here and here and here. Okay. First live I've caught in weeks, and it's Christmas. Well, we did some good ones, so please go back and watch some of the good ones. Um, all right, what am I doing here? Well, that's just mean. But boy, didn't he get shortchanged on the holidays? Well, here's what I'll do. Just give me a minute, and I'll read some things for you to get us started. And two presents. All right, just a moment. All right, everybody. That's better. Now, let me do some things. And first, like I said, if you're just lurking, go ahead and join the chat. It's really nice in the chat. I know I continuously say that, but I feel like it's very odd because we'll have 350 watching and we'll have 35 in the chat. And I understand chatting's not for everyone, but hey, we'd love to hear from you. I mean, the chat is a function that's there and it's a nice function. So please join the chat. Okay. And as I've said many times before, if you happen to be on the replay, leave some comments down below. I know you guys like to talk. Okay. But here's what I want to do. I don't know how many of you guys know Joe Lewis. Okay, Joe Lewis. He's in the past 20 hours, he's he's been on a community posting tirade. Um, he's said so many things, and I'd like to read some of his Christmas messages. Okay, so this is my Merry Christmas to you, and it's also my Merry Christmas to Joe, and and I guess it'll be my Merry Christmas to Abby, Libby, and everyone in Delphi. Okay, and all you listeners. Yes, it's Crime Night. Crime Night, Joe Lewis. I'd like to read it for you. Some of them. Some of them. So, but thanks everyone for joining. I hope you have a wonderful Christmas season or holidays, and and that you prepare some really great meals tonight, and have a really great day tomorrow. How about that? Does that sound good to everybody? And also pray, because you should all be praying. We need it, and well, I'll leave it at that. So here we go. Yeah, everybody, please say Merry Christmas to Joe. I'm sure it may already be Christmas at Joe's house. Okay, he says this Christmas, as you gather with your families, basking in the freedom of the holiday season, I want to give you, or I want you to consider the enormity of what you've done. You haven't just failed Abby Williams and Libby German. You've actively betrayed them. Oh, let me start off. This is to the law enforcement, prosecutor, judge, jury, and Doug Carter. Okay, so let me back this up because I'm messing up. I'm just all scatterbrained. Let me focus, Prof. Focus. Okay, this is for law enforcement personnel, prosecutor, the judge, and the jury, and especially for Douglas Carter. whose theatrics and disdain for the truth have made a mockery of the very system they claim to uphold. This Christmas, as you gather with your families, basking in the freedom of the holiday season, I want you to consider the enormity of what you've done. You haven't just failed Abby Williams and Libby German, you've actively betrayed them. Instead of working tirelessly to uncover the truth about who ended their young lives, you chose the coward's path. You built a narrative of lives, manufactured evidence, and targeted an innocent man, Richard Allen. It was easier than admitting your own incompetence, or worse, your complicity. To the law enforcement officers, you swore an oath to protect and serve. But your actions have shown that you neither value the truth nor the victims you were supposed to fight for. Your mishandling of the case, your refusal to follow promising leads, and your efforts to craft a false narrative or an insult to everything your badges are supposed to stand for. You've allowed the real killers to walk free while condemning an innocent man to a lifetime of misery. God sees your deceit, and his justice will not spare you. You may wear the uniform, but you've turned it into a symbol of failure and corruption. To the prosecutor, Nicholas McClellan, your job was to seek justice, not vengeance. Yet you turned the courtroom into a theater, peddling a narrative so weak and unsupported that it should have collapsed under even the slightest scrutiny. You weren't interested in truth. You were interested in a win, no matter the cost. That cost, however, isn't just borne by Richard Allen, it's borne by the families of Abby and Libby, who still don't have real answers. It's borne by the community you've misled, and it's borne by your own soul, which will have to answer for the lies you've told and the lives you've ruined. To the judge, Francis Gull, you were supposed to be a guardian of fairness, the voice of impartiality in a broken system. Yet you allowed this farce to unfold in your courtroom. You rubber stamped every piece of manipulated evidence, every unethical tactic, and every deceitful argument. Your inaction speaks volumes. You had the power to stop this travesty, and you chose not to. Your complicity will not be forgotten, not by the victim's family, not by Richard Allen, and not by God, who holds you accountable for every injustice you've allowed to take place under your watch. To the jury, and this I would like to co-sign. This is coming from me as well. To the jury, you are the final line of defense for truth. You let yourselves be swept away by the prosecutor's theatrics and the police falsehoods. You were entrusted with a man's life, and you chose to condemn him without real evidence. You condemned him without real evidence. You let emotion and fear dictate your decision instead of facts. This Christmas, as you celebrate with your families, think about Abby and Libby, who have denied the truth because who have been denied the truth because of your failure to see through the lies. To Doug Carter, you've been the face of this investigation, standing before the cameras with your cryptic statements and your theatrical proclamations. You've done more to craft a narrative than uncover the truth. Your disdain for YouTubers and independent investigators. As a matter of fact, for the people of the United States, simply voicing their opinions, people who have tirelessly worked to expose the failures of your investigation, is as telling as it is shameful. While you've been busy deflecting criticism and vilifying anyone who questions your authority, the real killers remain free, and justice for Abby and Libby remains elusive. You were so interested in protecting the image of law enforcement, especially the Indiana State Police, that you've allowed the killers of two little girls to walk free. And that is absolutely unforgivable. You misled the public with every single press conference. You mystified the viewing audience with terms such as tentacles, shacks, mysteries, in this room, pieces of the puzzle, fascinating tales. Yet, where are those things now? We've seen you come out to vigorously defend all of the ineptitude, collusion, and outright criminal behavior by law enforcement. Not once did you do anything to alleviate the concerns of the public. Neither did you clear the family. Neither did you explain all the things that you could not wait to tell. Neither has the community been shocked by any revelations come out of the courtroom or law enforcement or official statements by the Indiana State Police. No. You've ignored the fact that 70 days of important investigation was deleted by members of your task force. You've ignored the fact that there's an extremely questionable take on this piece of evidence, this bullet from Mr. Richard Allen, this video from the victim's phone, and the Snapchat posts, all of which show extreme anomalies, are forensically questionable, and anything but compelling. You dared to call Richard Allen a monster, ignoring the lack of evidence, the anything but compelling proof that he committed this crime. You've ignored the glaring flaws in your case. And what we see instead, what we sense with the deepest, innermost depths of our being, is that the real monsters are those who have used their positions of power to cover, to distract, to protect the realest monsters. They've suppressed justice and sacrificed A man who appears for all intents and purposes to be innocent. If not innocent, certainly not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. God sees your arrogance, your lies, and your failures, and his justice will be swift and unrelenting. The experience of hell is real. You may believe you've won, all of you. You may believe you've buried the truth deep enough to escape its reach. But lies have a way of unraveling piece by piece. And when they do, they expose the darkness at their core. The world will now know what you've done, and you'll have to answer not just to the people, but to God Almighty himself. And there's Jerry Holman, perhaps the most shameless and revolting of the entire group. A man who has made a mockery of his badge and the justice system itself. Your actions during this case have been nothing short of disgraceful. But one moment stands out as particularly vile, Jerry Holman. The way you winked and teased a defense investigator as if this entire trial, this entire life and death situation was nothing more than an egotistical game to you. What kind of person mocks a system meant to protect the innocent and punish the guilty? You've treated the suffering of Richard Allen and the families of Abby and Libby with outright contempt, utter contempt, reveling in your power to manipulate and deceive. That wink wasn't just a sign of your arrogance, but a reflection of your utter disregard for the very principles you swore to uphold. God saw that wink, Jerry, and he sees every smug, self-serving act you commit. His vengeance will wipe the smirk off your face, and you will finally understand what it means to be judged, not by a jury you've manipulated, but by a power far greater than your own. And then there's Tony Liggett, the man who stooped to unthinkable lows to secure his rise to power. Crafting a false probable cause affidavit, ensuring Richard Allen's wrongful conviction, a deceitful move conveniently aligned with your campaign for sheriff. Liggett, your actions represent the very worst of what law enforcement can become. A political pawn willing to lie, cheat, manipulate, abuse an already broken system to climb the ranks. You didn't just sacrifice Richard Allen's life. You sacrificed the integrity of the investigation and the justice that Abby and Libby deserve. Your lies weren't just omissions or oversights. They were deliberate fabrications, carefully designed to fit the narrative you needed to elevate yourself. You've turned a horrific double murder of two little girls into a stepping stone, exploiting tragedy for personal gain. But God sees every word of that false affidavit, every underhanded deal, every ambition-driven decision you've made to twist this case into a political tool. When the truth comes to light, it won't just be your reputation that's destroyed. It will be your very soul that stands trial before God's judgment. No badge, no title, no position, no uniform. to shield you from the reckoning you so richly deserve. To the haters and attackers, I want to take a moment to address you. Though I know your words have been nothing but hateful, your intentions far from constructive. You've spent so much time trying to tear down what I've built, trying to discredit me, to spread lies and negativity in a desperate attempt to undermine the truth we've been fighting for. And while your efforts have been hurtful, I want you to know something. You've only made us stronger. For every nasty comment, every attack, every attempt to silence, you've only fueled our resolve. You've shown me the darkness in people, the lengths some will go to protect their own agendas, and the ways in which truth can be twisted and manipulated to serve lies. Your hatred only reinforces why the work we do is so important. Because when you attack the messengers, it only proves that the message is hitting a nerve. I want to thank you in a strange way for making it clear that what I'm doing matters. You show me that in the fight for the fight for justice isn't easy. And it's certainly not without resistance. But despite your efforts to drown out the truth, despite the venomous words and the endless attempts to tear us down, we stand here stronger than ever. You may try to silence us, but you'll never silence the truth. And let's be clear. Your hatred doesn't take away the impact we've had. The people we've helped or the truth we've uncovered. It only reveals how scared you are of facing the reality that you can't control. And that's the truth coming to the surface. The more you attack, the more you show who you really are, weak, desperate, and threatened by anyone who dares to challenge the narrative you want to maintain. But here's one thing. I won't stoop to your level. I won't waste my time responding to the hate. I won't let your bitterness derail the mission I'm on. Instead, I will continue to rise, to share the truth, to challenge the lies, and stand tall in the face of everything you throw at me. Because deep down, you know what I'm doing is right. You know the truth can't be buried forever. And no matter how much you try to distract or derail, it always rises to the surface. In the end, you'll only be remembered for your bitterness, for the poison you've tried to spread, for the lies, for the threats, for the gaslighting, for all of the insanity around this case. Will all come back to you, and that will be your legacy. While we'll be remembered for standing up for what's right, so go ahead, keep throwing stones. We've been through worse, fought harder battles, and will continue to fight for truth, no matter how much you try to stand in its way. To the incredible channels dedicated to truth, like the Prof, Delphi After Dark, R&M, Raffi, Michelle After Dark, True Crime Design, Defense Diaries, and every other channel out there shedding light on the darkest corners of cases and uncovering the truth. I want to take a moment to acknowledge and express my deepest gratitude to each and every one of you. What you're doing isn't just creating content. It's movement. It's a fight against the system of corruption, against the silence and complicity that so many wish to maintain around the most important cases of our time. Your courage to speak out, to challenge narratives, and to demand justice is something that I deeply admire and wholeheartedly support. In a world where the truth is often buried beneath layers of lies, where the powerful get away with turning their backs on the innocent, you've all become beacons of light. You're not just sharing stories, you're amplifying the voices that have been silenced. You're bringing attention to those who have been forgotten. You're exposing the inconvenient truths that so many want to ignore. And in a time when the truth is under constant attack, your work is more important than ever. I've watched as each of you has dug deep into cases, not just sharing facts, but challenging the status quo, calling out corruption, and asking the hard questions that need to be asked. Whether it's examining the wrongful conviction of Richard Allen or digging into the other many mysteries and injustices that plague our society, you've all made it clear that you're not afraid to seek the truth, no matter how uncomfortable it might be for some. What you're doing is not easy. It's a tough road to walk. You've faced your share of critics, of attacks, and of people who want nothing more than to silence you. But what's truly inspiring is how none of you have backed down. You've stood firm in your belief that justice will only come when we demand it, and when we fight for the truth, no matter who stands in our way. You're building something bigger than just YouTube channels. You're creating a community of truth seekers, and each of you has played a pivotal role in the collective push towards justice. I want you all to know that your efforts have not gone unnoticed. You've made an impact on more lives than you realize. Every video, every investigation, every shared insight has helped to shape the conversation. You've kept cases alive when others would have let them fade into the background. And you've made a difference in ways that go far beyond what words can describe. We are all united in this fight. And though our paths may have different twists and turns, we are all on the same side, fighting for truth, fighting for justice, and fighting for those whose voices have been stolen from them. Remember, we fight for Abby and Libby and speak for Abby and Libby because they cannot speak for themselves. They are the true victims here. The work we do will always be met with resistance, but it is through that resistance that we find the strength to continue. And I know that together we will keep pushing forward. Thank you to each and every one of you whose work inspires me, strengthens me, and reminds me that we are not alone in this fight. We are in this together, and together we will continue to push for truth to come out and for justice to be served. The truth is a powerful force. And there's nothing more powerful than a community of people united in the pursuit of truth. Keep doing the amazing work you're doing because it matters and is making a difference. I've dedicated myself to uncovering the stories that many others want to hide, to shedding light on the cases and the individuals whose voices have been silenced by a broken system. From the horrific case of the Delphi murders to the wrongful convictions and countless injustices that plague our society. I've made it my mission to never let the truth be buried, no matter the cost. Every investigation, every video, every piece of content shared has been an effort to bring justice where it has been denied. But the battle is far from over. If anything, my journey is just beginning. I am more determined than ever to continue to fight, to dig deeper, and to bring truth to light. I'm committed to pushing the boundaries, asking the tough questions, and challenging the narratives that too many people are comfortable with. I will not allow the corruption, the lies, and the injustices to continue unchallenged. I refuse to sit quietly while innocent lives are destroyed, while powerful forces sweep the truth under the rug. What drives me is not fame or recognition, but the undeniable belief that justice is worth fighting for. It's about standing up for the victims who have been ignored and forgotten, and it's about making sure that their stories are told. It's about standing against the forces that want to keep us in the dark, ignorant, not knowing, and about lighting a fire, a flame that cannot be extinguished. I will continue to bring hard truths to the surface, to expose the corruption and the cover ups, and to demand that those responsible face the consequences of their actions. Every step of this journey has been filled with challenges, but it's those challenges that fuel my determination. I know that the road ahead will not be easy, but I will never shy away from a fight, especially when it's for what's right. So, to my supporters, fellow truth seekers, and to anyone who believes in justice, thank you for your unwavering support. The fight for truth does not stop here. We will never stop demanding accountability, and will never stop seeking the truth. The fight is far from over. It's only just beginning. To all those who have taken the time to email me over the years, I want to express my deepest gratitude. You are the true friends in this journey. The ones who have supported me, encouraged me, and stood by my side when I felt like the world was against us. Your emails have been a lifeline, not just in terms of information, but in the friendships and compassion you've shared. When I started this journey, I never could have imagined the incredible connections I would form with so many of you. Your kindness, your insights, your shared passion for truth and justice have meant more to me than I can ever truly put into words. You've taken the time not only to listen, but to engage, to offer your thoughts, your experiences, and your unwavering belief in what you're doing. I've received countless emails over the years, each one a reminder that there are people out there who understand the importance of this fight, who believe in the same values of truth and justice that I do. What makes your emails so meaningful to me is they remind me I am not alone in this journey. You have been my support system, offering your perspectives, your resources, and most importantly, your friendship in moments of doubt when I felt overwhelmed or uncertain. Your words have lifted me up and renewed my resolve. The relationships we built through these exchanges have become some of the most treasured connections I have. And I want you to know that I value each and every one of you. You made me feel seen, heard, and understood. You've shared your own stories, your own struggles, and your own truths, and together we built something powerful. You've shown me time and time again that in this fight for justice, we're not just individuals, we are a community. You are the ones who remind me that no matter how tough the road is, there are people out there who care, who want change, and who will never stop fighting for it. So, to all of you, thank you from the bottom of my heart. You're the real driving force behind everything I do. Your friendship, your trust, your dedication to the truth have made this journey not only possible, but meaningful. I'm also deeply honored to know each and every one of you, and I promise that as we continue this fight, I will carry the lessons you've shared with me and the strength you've given me every step of the way. You're more than just followers or supporters, you are friends. And I'll never forget the impact you've had on me. Thank you for being a part of this journey. You are truly appreciated. And I will always be grateful for the friendships you've offered. I know that my rants have often been intense, and I've heard criticism that they may seem harsh at times. But let me be clear, every word, every passionate outburst, every moment of frustration has been merited and well deserved. When you witness injustice firsthand, when you see the lies and corruption that have destroyed lives, You cannot stand idly by and pretend everything is fine. Fine. My rants come from a place of deep anger and uh, a genuine need to see accountability because frankly, there are too many who have gotten away with this for far too long. When the system fails, when people with power hide behind their wealth, their positions, their influence, their secret societies, there's no room for politeness or silence. These outbursts are not just venting, they're the voice of truth demanding to be heard, of people who have suffered in silence for far too long. They are the cries of the voiceless, the forgotten, and the wronged. And in a world where these voices are often ignored and silenced, I will never apologize for speaking with force and passion, uh, with the force and passion that these issues demand. My rants are not reckless, they are a necessary part of this fight for justice. They are a call to action, a refusal to let the truth go unnoticed or unspoken. So, yes, my rants are well deserved, and I will continue to raise my voice for as long as it takes. As I prepare to say goodbye to this chapter of my life, I can't help but feel overwhelmed with gratitude and emotion. This journey, this incredible journey, would have not been possible without every single one of you, my subscribers, members, and supporters. You've been so much more than just viewers to me. You've been a community, a family, a group of souls who share a common passion for truth and justice. And as I reflect on everything we've shared, I can't help but feel a deep sense of love and appreciation for each of you. You've been there every step of the way through the highs and lows, lifting me up when I felt like I couldn't keep going. Your messages, your words of encouragement, your unwavering belief in the work we've done together has meant more to me than I can ever express. You've taught me as much as I've taught you. Your insights, your perspectives, and your willingness to engage in difficult conversations have pushed me to dig deeper, to be more courageous, and to keep seeking truth no matter how hard it may be to face. There were days when I questioned if the work was worth it, when I wondered if anyone was really listening. But then I would read your comments, hear your stories, and feel your passion, and know that we were all in this together. It was never just about me, it was about us, the truth seekers, the believers in justice, the ones who refuse to let the powerful get away with silencing the innocent. I've seen the way you've shown up, not just for me, but for the victims we've discussed, for the families seeking answers, and for the ones who've been overlooked and forgotten. You've never been afraid to fight for what's right, to stand up against the darkness, and that courage has been nothing short of inspiring. You've helped turn this channel into something that has meant so much more than just a platform for videos. Together, we've created a space where the truth can be heard, where the powerless can find their voice, and where justice is never out of reach. I will carry all of this with me, the love, the passion, the tears, the struggles, the victories. I will carry each of you in my heart because you've been my strength. You've given me the courage to continue even when the path seemed impossible. And though this may be the end of this chapter, um, I know the truth and fight for justice will never fade. You've helped me see that even in the darkest times. There's always light. You are that light. I want you to know that every single one of you has made a difference. You've touched my life in ways I can never fully describe. You've changed me, and you've made this journey something I'll treasure forever. I'll never forget you. I'll always carry you with me. No matter where life takes me next, I will always stand for truth, just as you've stood beside me. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank you for the unwavering support, your kindness, your belief in me, and most of all, your dedication to the truth. Now, You may ask, why all of that, Prof? Why all of that? Why is Joe Lewis saying that? All of that. Well, let me help you out. Okay. So I'd like you to know that Joe Lewis's channel, also called Crime Night, his current channel started in September of 22, currently has 19.8 thousand subscribers, just shy of 20,000 subscribers. Not a small feat. Quite a task in the genre of true crime. That is a large channel because it's difficult. It's difficult to build a large channel in true crime. So Joe Lewis sitting at 20,000 subscribers. And because he was covering Madeleine McCann, using news clips under the fair use copyright agreement, put him in a position to be attacked. Now, why? Why, Prof? Well, because a douchebag journalist named Mark Sonoko Noko, assistant news editor with The Guardian, with Nine News Australia, senior journalist, right? Assistant news editor at The Guardian. Gatekeeper chose to copyright strike his channel into oblivion. Now, you've known, because I've told you before, about the weaponization of the copyright strike system. You see, the trolls figured out some years ago that the way to silence others is by weaponizing YouTube's copyright strict system. And you see, YouTube has a huge problem. YouTube will allow members to continuously send death threats, harassment, intimidation, doxing, cyber stalking, endlessly. They will. They will. They will allow all sorts of crimes to be perpetrated on YouTube, which is a Google product. So they put your family members on YouTube. There's nothing you can do to have it removed. Okay. They threaten to kill you in their YouTube accounts. Nothing you can do to have it removed. They make 15 fucking troll accounts to continuously harass you through all 15 anonymous accounts because they're afraid to do it on the screen using their own faces and voices. That's all allowed. Allowed, 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 allowed. But you put a single photo, a single quotation, a single screenshot, a single clip from their shows. One little nugget is all it takes. Remember this? Do you guys remember this? Do you remember Big Solves striking Joe Lewis for showing his book on Amazon? Okay, do you remember that? Joe Lewis was doing a stream. He went to Fig Solve's book on Amazon.com and showed the book on the Amazon website to show you the book. And while he was showing you, Fig Solves went and immediately filed a copyright strike and had the live stream taken down in real time. Do you remember that moment? Oh, trust me, I have it documented because I happen to have documented it the moment it happened. This was 5-6 months ago. Because Fig Solves did not like what Joe Lewis was saying. So that's how ridiculous it is that Joe Lewis could not show Fig Solve's book on Amazon without putting himself at risk of a copyright takedown for showing a book listed on Amazon. So this Mark guy is decided that he's going to steal Joe Lewis's channel from him. 20,000 subscribers. Do you realize how much work that took? For Christmas. Because he didn't like the things that Joe Lewis was saying about the Madeleine McCann case. And anyway, that's how useless this whole thing is. And that's the reason that Joe is moving to Rumble and having his channel taken from him. So that's the reason for the for what you heard earlier, what I read for you earlier. It's why Joe is saying goodbye. He's saying goodbye to YouTube because I think that he's just tired of it. He doesn't want to have to try to do it all over again. Yes. So what he will be on Rumble as Crime Knight. Okay. Anyway. So that's the update on Joe Lewis, Crime Knight. Okay, now give me a moment, please. There's something I have to do. Let's see. Okay, just looking at the chat. Okay, great, great. It's great to see everyone here on the chat. Okay, so just a moment. Please don't go anywhere. Just a moment. Don't go anywhere. Okay, testing. Check, check, 1, 2. See if we got it back together. Sounds good. All right. Good to see everybody. Now, can we continue? All right. Who do we have here? So we're done with the reading. We're done with all of that. So let's see. We got Josh Womack. Welcome. Don't dox me, sweet dude Shibby, Ninja Warrior. Don't be hating. All right, Elizabeth Jones, 26 Dead Zombies, dude. Thierry, what's up? What's up, everyone coming in? Dorla, FPM, Captain America. Okay, welcome all of you who are coming in. Five Green Acres, Peaches 81, Stacy Stevens, Snarky Ass Angel, KBZ, Trial Junkie. Welcome, everybody. I need a little break there. I had to get a snack and some refresh on my drink. But good to see everyone. So, what else do we have going on? Let's talk with the chat. Should I put up a link for some people to join? Are you guys excited to talk about Christmas? Let's see. While I'm at it, let me say, please hit the thumbs up. Okay, please hit the thumbs up. Hit the like if you're coming in here. Please hit the like, and what else? Please hit the Cash App or the Buy Me a Coffee or the super chats, the support pathways. Please send some gifts, Christmas gifts to Prof and Little Prof. Please, please, if you're on the replay, leave a comment down below because without the comments, uh, it's boring for the replay. So here's the link for the joining the StreamYard. If any of you want to come and be a guest or talk to us, I'll tell you about what happened today. Oh, well, hey, thank you, L'Oreal. Thank you, L'Oreal, for the support. I really appreciate your super chat, L'Oreal. Um, so I'll tell you about today. So today, so I had three guests. You wouldn't believe this. Um, Sweet dude Shibby, I never said I was getting a new computer, but I am. But I never announced that that's what it was. But I don't have it. We're not setting it up for this yet. Wait till after January, or wait till January. Okay, it's not in. It's not in the. It's not on the stream yet. Um, thank you very much, L'Oreal. But let me see. What am I saying? Three guests. Okay, so I had three guests planned. Three guests, and two of the three fell through completely, and the third I haven't heard back from him. Let's see. I should message him. Let me see. Let me see if I can. All right. So yeah. Anyway, we'll see what happens. But in the meantime, if any of you would like to come and tell us what's on your mind, what you're doing for Christmas, come on in. Appreciate you for coming. And that's that. That's that. The reading was the reading was Mr. Joe Lewis on his community page. So that's all there for you. If you want to go read it yourself, I suggest you go over there and give him a word of encouragement anyway. Or go tell him hi, Merry Christmas, and all that stuff. Um, Pardon. All right, got a lot going on here. There you go. All right. So let's see what else is going on. I did make my pie. For those of you who wonder, well, and the kids making a huge noise in the next room. I did make my pie, and it was delicious. And I did make my dinner in the past couple nights. It's been delicious. And unfortunately, I went today to the reason it was a total disaster. The reason I went to the grocery store today was to buy an additional pie that was going to be pre-made. I figured that I wanted a certain pie, so I went to grab it, and of course it was a insane circus in the grocery store. And I went in there, and guess what? Not one pie. That not the one that I wanted. So I could not get the pie. I even went over to the freezer section and said, "Well, maybe they have the frozen ones, and I can just do it that way, less healthy, but I'll do it." They were out there as well, so I had to buy shells. So I'll have to make another pie tomorrow. So total disaster. So not only did I already made a pie, but I wanted a different pie for Christmas, and because they were out, I have to make that pie from scratch, which means it'll be better for me, better for my kid, better overall. But I'll have to go through the trouble. So I'll do that tomorrow, and we'll have it for dinner tomorrow. So that's the update on the pies, in case anyone asked or was wondering. Um, right. So what else have I seen? Okay. Ooh, I don't want to talk about that yet. Okay, we'll skip that. We'll skip that. And it's rough. Mm. Oh yeah, locked out of emails accounts for 2 weeks. Someone doxed me bad, so now I have a new email and account. But Grizzly True Crime will know me anyway. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I really don't. Are you happy though? Hopefully you're happy with everything. Yeah, I don't think she can do a damn thing to help. There's no helping with YouTube. What do I think 2025 will bring? Immediate appeal. Okay. Oh yeah, Kayla. What's up, Kayla? Coming in with the heavy hitting. Yeah, Lauren Hidden True Crime sucks balls of trolls. So does Susan Hendricks. What is it with these? Let me ask you that. What is it with these people new to the case? Okay, coming in last minute, going over for the troll balls. What is it with that? Huh? Yeah, yeah. Now, if you guys want to talk some criticism, I'll say this: it's been insane. Okay, you remember how I've always said that Facebook is the absolute worst? Okay, so see, it's not Reddit. Reddit's actually okay. It's 50-50. The problem with Reddit is there's a lot of gatekeeping. A lot of the narrative controllers are on Reddit and they serve as Reddit mods. So there's gatekeeping on Reddit. But the absolute worst is Facebook. Because on Facebook, I cannot believe the things that I see. Okay. Often. So for instance, there's a huge thing with Facebook. Okay, I'll go through this. I'll say this much because I don't really get into drama, but So the latest thing that they're doing, okay, on Facebook, there's two things. First, they are trying to blame Rick Allen's wife and daughter with knowing that he killed Abby Libby and covering for him this whole time, are trying to make them culpable for having knowledge that he was involved in the murders or somehow. So what do you think about that? What do you think about that? What do you think about these idiot old hags, these old wrinkly witches and bitches on Facebook who suddenly they want to make Richard Allen's wife and daughter somehow guilty of the crime? What do you think about that? You think that's rich? I bet you they smell like butt and baby powder. Those old fucking hags. Okay, they smell like butt crack and baby powder, some sort of mixture, and they're sitting on Facebook, uh, uh, going to town about how uh, Rick's wife and daughter knew that he killed Abby and Libby, therefore they have some culpability. How do you like that? All right. They also protect the family at all cost. Okay. And then there's the second thing that's popular right now in the Facebook old hag groups with the butt crack and baby powder smelling bitches. Uh, what they're doing right now is they're posting. Uh, gosh, I didn't really want to get into it, but let's see. I'll get into it this far. I'll go this far. So there's a guy that his name is well, I'm not going to say his name. There's a guy who was working with the defense, in other words, helping out Baldwin and Rozzi. Let me show this. Okay, I'll do it this way. Just a moment. Okay. 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 Let's see. All right. I'll. Sorry, it's taking me a moment here. Okay. All right. Yeah. So she's comments are going to get ahead of me. So anyway, let me tell the story quickly. Okay. So there's a defense investigator who was gifted a framed photograph of the High Bridge. Um, and these idiots on Facebook are literally calling them the most evil people ever for giving a gift of a photograph to the person who was helping them. Okay, watch. Let me show you. You can't make this shit up. Okay. Okay, let me show you. Let me see. Let me see if you can see this. The defense team is evil Okay. So they're making a huge deal. Like, do you understand what I'm saying is so crazy about it? They're making a huge deal out of this assigned photo being given as a gift. So that makes them evil. Evil. Okay. So let me put it this way. So they're evil for giving a picture. You see that the defense team is evil. Oops, almost lost it. Defense team is evil for giving a picture. But the prosecutor and Jerry Holman and Steve Mullen and Doug Carter and Nicholas McClellan and Fran Gull, they're not evil, right? For lying on a PCA, for omitting pertinent facts from a PCA, for railroading the person who they used that fraudulent PCA to attack, for not lying. Okay, so you had people who lied for 7.5 years about what happened that day on February 13th, 14th. Okay, you have people been lying from it, but they're not evil. Okay, of course, the prosecutor's not evil. The judge is not evil for not allowing a defense or any other evidence. The law enforcement's not evil for all their fuckery and deleting 70 days of shit and lying on the PCA, saying that someone said muddy and bloody when the person only said muddy until the person agreed to change it to bloody. For changing the vehicles, for omitting vehicles, for clothing, for fucking faked up sketches, for manipulated video and photography. All of this, all of this, all of this. There's nothing evil about any of that, right? That's not evil. But this is evil. This is evil. All right, giving a picture as a token of gratitude, that's evil. Oh, also blaming the wife and daughter, that's not evil, but this is evil. How about the troll farm who's been threatening to kill us on behalf of the state and the family, gang stalking us since the day we came onto YouTube? That's not evil though. But the photo as a gift, this right here is evil. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. Okay. Thank you, snarky ass angel. Cheers to Prof for progressive justice and Abby and Libby and Richard Allen. Thank you for mentioning this. That's another thing. So you took photos from the Delphi murders, and I mean crime scene photos, and I mean the other photos associated with the case over the years, and you inserted hidden images to drive people insane for years. Okay. You inserted all this evil imagery into the photographs and whatnot associated with the Delphi murders and spread that into the community. And that's not evil. But a picture of the bridge as in a frame as a gift to a defense investigator is evil. You lied about the murder of 2 little girls for 7.5 years. That's not evil, though. You stalked, harassed, and threatened half the fucking community for 7 years. That's not evil. How many people have you killed for this case? And yes, I do mean Greg Ferenczi, and I do mean Stephanie Thompson, and I mean Blaine Nelson, and I mean Emily Ann, and I mean others. How many have you killed around this case? But that's not evil. Right. And saying that that girl said she did not love her father, right? That's not evil. And how about making Robert Fortson uh murk himself? That wasn't evil. That wasn't evil. How about this? All the lies that you told in this community. Remember that? Remember how they took all of these made up lies about how there was all this evidence. There was a water bottle that did this, and there was a motorcycle cover that did this, and there were tracks, and there was blood in the garage that did this, and there were this, and all these lies, a Google history. There was all these lies that certain people, a couple of them, made up and inserted into this public narrative before trial. But that wasn't evil to lie about a case of the murder of two little girls. That wasn't evil, though. But a picture of a bridge is evil. Interesting. This is first. That's why you don't go on Facebook. That's why I say you don't go on Facebook, because if you go and you call them out on it, they'll just delete you anyway or ban you from the groups. Like Facebook is the cesspool of Delphi Murders Talk. Okay. All right. Well, it's been wonderful. I don't see much. No one's joining up. Come on, you guys. You guys don't want to come join me. My show totally fell apart today. Okay. All right. I see you. Okay. So that covers all I wanted to cover. There we go. Okay. Well, I'm looking to see if I missed anything else. Any other hot news off the press? No, I have. Okay. So I'll just talk. So there's some interesting things. I mean, it's just nonstop entertainment. It really is. The gaslight is just so off the charts. Um, oh, let me see. Here, Rafi in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, according to the dark web, pedo troll farm, a picture of the bridge is evil, given as a gift. That's right. That's right. But selling crime scene photos of dead Abby and Libby on the dark web for the 2 years prior to the Frank's memorandum hitting the airwaves, that wasn't evil. Okay, making money, thousands of dollars off the photos of the Abby and Libby's dead bodies was not evil, right? But when you got caught, you set up the attorneys for the same crime for leaking those photos, and that was not evil. Oh, look, we got somebody joining us. Let me see if I can get him on. Finally, someone's going to celebrate our Christmas party. So please join the Christmas party. All right, let me get Donald here.
Hey guys.
Hello, what's up, Donald?
Hey, how's everybody doing, and Merry Christmas?
All right, Merry Christmas. Donald Pitbull Kuntz, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to you.
I'm glad to be here. I don't come on many channels much, but I figured it's Christmas, why not?
Well, that's nice of you. Thank you for coming. Yeah, so here we are at the end of the year.
Yeah, I hope next year brings better than this year has for Richard Allen and his family and everybody involved. I mean, because this is it's hard to explain. It's bad.
I mean, it looks bad. It looks real bad.
But the best is yet to come.
Yeah, I'll be the first to admit that I don't know what happened out there on that day, and I think only the people who were out there and did it would know what happened. But from the outside looking in, it looks real bad.
Yeah, on the outside it does, but there's people out there that know, and they're still out there. That's for sure.
That's what it feels like to me. And look, oh, we got someone else. Let me ask you this. How did you feel? Because I might have seen you in the show, I'm not sure, but when we reviewed Doug Carter's press conference, how did you feel about the way that press conference came across after the sentencing?
That was I would have to say that was probably one of the worst I've ever seen in my life. I mean, it was disgraceful. I mean, they done their best to do what they could to, put the defense down and put people down that follow. And it's bad. I mean, that should have never made it to national television, if you ask me.
Yeah. Can you believe that? It's almost as if I don't know, didn't they understand that it would look bad to get over there and whine about people calling them corrupt?
Well, I mean, really, if you really sit down and think about it and watch it, they put themselves down more than anything, because everything they said was the total opposite of what was being said to the public.
Yeah, what's up, Carbon? Carbon, come in the chat. And look, Noe Amos.
Hey, Noe.
And Noe, we can't hear you. You're muted.
I'm sorry, I muted. Merry Christmas. How's it going, Prof?
Merry Christmas, Noe.
Yeah, I just got off of a church function. It was really nice. And I came to visit family here. I'm with Sans. And we wanted to pop in to say Merry Christmas. Don, how are you doing, man?
Good. How are you, Noe?
Good. Yeah. So, and I'm not staying long because I'm already hearing it. I saw the StreamYard invite, and I just had to pop it in real quick, Prof, and say hello and Merry Christmas to you and little Prof and the audience. So,
just a moment. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Little. Just a moment. I have someone wants to say hello to everybody.
Hello.
Come here.
Hey, there you are. It's
Merry
hi,
Christmas.
little Prof. Merry Christmas, buddy.
Hey, little buddy, Merry Christmas.
What's the little Prof?
Say Merry Christmas. That's
Okay.
everyone wants to say Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, little Prof. You're getting so big.
Thumbs up.
He's so tall now, man.
Check out
You're
my
getting-
shoes.
Oh, nice shoes. Yep.
Yeah,
I got some new shoes.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's good to see you, little Prof, and good to see everybody.
Goodbye.
I should have bought my teddy.
Enjoy Christmas tomorrow, little Prof. But yeah, man, we're gonna watch a movie. Like I said, I came over to Sam's house and we're gonna watch a movie. But I wanted to say hello, Prof, and I'm doing good over here, man.
Say hi.
Hi.
Okay, and bye-bye.
Bye.
So Teddy says bye.
Bye.
Bye, little buddy.
Okay.
Hey, Don, Merry Christmas to you, man.
Merry Christmas to you too, Prof.
Merry Christmas, Prof. I'm out of
Okay,
here.
Merry
okay,
Christmas.
brother? Well, we'll see you. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you, Noe. All right, y'all. Thank you for saying hello to Noe in the chat and to Little Prof. Okay, so he's getting back to his movie, and so no, I could not believe that instead of focusing around Abby, Libby, and maybe explaining some of the things that seem to be demanding an explanation, it was all about cover your own ass, make excuses, shame the defense, and shame the YouTubers or anyone speaking out criticizing them.
Yeah, that was pretty bad because they should have talked more about the girls instead of how bad the defense was, and everything that they did talk about was about shaming the defense. And Doug Carter, if you ask me, Doug Carter made a pure ass of himself. That was uncalled for.
Yeah, and Donnie, you and I don't know each other very well because you've only been around a few months. But going back, if you would have been around a year ago, I was Doug Carter's biggest supporter. Okay.
Yes. Oh, I believe that. Yes. But like I said, I've been around this for quite a few years. I didn't really come around your channel till later, but I'm glad I found it, and I found it through Rick Snay, I believe.
Yeah. So a year ago, I was here and I was saying, well, Doug Carter, he really wants to catch those motherfuckers, and he's running some 5D chess, and he's setting them all up. It's a sting operation. He's going to take down Carroll County. That's where I was thinking a year or two ago, like an idiot.
Yeah, I kind of suspected a lot of word salad from him from the beginning, because a lot of the stuff he was saying just did not make sense, and it just didn't settle with me from the beginning of him talking about, after they arrested Richard Allen. I didn't agree with what he had to say.
Yeah. Well, the first thing that got me was the judge signed the probable cause affidavit, and nobody's has been cleared. And I thought, okay, that sounds promising.
Yeah, I didn't really care for that, because the simple fact, it didn't make sense in a lot of ways what he was saying even back then.
What really got me was the bullshittery around the sketches. I mean, I think if I'd go back and look at what was the biggest red flag, it still goes back to the sketches to me, as far as from law enforcement. Yeah.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I have to agree with you on that because the sketches made no sense at all. And they look, you know, they didn't look anything like him, at all.
Neither of them look like Rick Allen. And then the whole conflict about, I don't know, dude. It's been such a headache. And I truly believe, man, like a lot of this community, so there's a large portion of this community suffers a mental illness of idiocy or hatefulness and that sort. But I think there's the other large part of this community suffers from just complete exhaustion. This has been like traumatizing. It's been a headache. There's all this cognitive dissonance.
Yeah,
It,
there's a lot of inconsistencies in what they do have. What they do have is literal bullshit. It's all fake and constructed evidence.
I think it's interesting that Indiana law enforcement doesn't care what their investigation looks like to legit law enforcement.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
bad. Their investigations are very shady and shoddy at all at the same time.
I mean, and people, it's a good point too that she's making because I don't really brag on it and I don't drop names, but I do speak with some current and former very high ranking law enforcement, okay, that I know personally. Like I know a couple retired, high ranking, and I know a couple current. And I got to tell you that, and so yeah, I'll leave it at that. But they're not buying it either. That's the thing. Like when I've got really high ranking retired law enforcement and current telling me that they're echoing our sentiments, it makes me feel like I'm not crazy because if there was no one else saying like, yeah, we agree, Prof, if it was just us conspiracy theorists, for lack of a better term, I'd be like, oh, maybe I am crazy. But when I'm conferring with these people who have experience doing this exact job in the same roles, like state police investigators and sheriffs and this sort of thing, they're saying the same things. Like, Prof, it's the worst PC I've ever seen in my life. I think it's a setup. I think they got the wrong guy. It means
Yeah,
that it's not just us from the outside who don't have experience, who are like they're seeing some of the same things that we're seeing, is what I'm saying, Don.
yeah. The PCA, back to that. The PCA, I just couldn't believe why they even signed it, because it was everything about it was speculative. That's I just couldn't believe that. I thought it was the weakest I had ever seen.
Well, what's funny to me is that I always like retrospect and looking back. And when that PCA first hit the airwaves, at the time, the two retired law enforcement who I was speaking with at that very time, and when they both read it, we put our heads together, and I asked them, I said, well, what do you think? What do you think about it? They both said the same thing. They were like, that's the absolute worst PCA I've ever seen in my life. Like, and that's before we knew that there were misrepresentations of statements and twisting of some of the shit. That's before we even knew the facts about it.
Yeah, and the way, that brings me to the point of the 137-page document. That was I knew from the beginning that come from a pretty reliable source because of the way it's the way it's worded. It was pretty much picked right from the FBI. That speaks mountains. That tells me exactly why the FBI was kicked right out of the situation, was because of the simple fact they wasn't following the narrative. They
Well,
was on the right narrative, and that they was on the right narrative, so they had to go.
yeah. Well, say that again, Donnie, because you got me confused. You said that it was when you first read it. What about it in reference to the FBI?
It sounded more like an FBI document to me. That it was done professionally. It wasn't done just picking it out of the tree. It was done by a professional and true agents. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's I don't know. I don't know if you caught the show with Skip Jansen the other day, but
No.
Skip made a lot of good points, and look, I'm not trying to kiss Skip's ass, and I'm not going to agree with everything he says. He's not going to agree with everything I say. Whatever, we're all grown adults here. But old Skip, he made some good points in reference to how the witnesses they were picked and chosen, and they left a handful of the witnesses. Like, we know the people who were there that day, and so do the defense investigators. Half of the people there that day were left out as if they didn't even exist, because they had to pick and choose just these few that they could twist and mold into some sort of scenario to fit this narrative. And those are the ones that they stuck in that PCA. And at the expense of the truth, because if they had utilized all 10 of the witnesses and really laid it out as to who saw what and when and who was driving what and where and what the times were, it would have never worked that Rick Allen is the only one who's possible to have been there, and that would immediately raised beyond a reasonable doubt, because as far as I'm concerned, there's already enough reasonable doubt. And that's something that Laura here is saying, that she's surprised about the jury. Well, I'm astonished at the jury, because I already believe there was reasonable doubt. But if they had included those other witnesses, there would have been no way. And I guess that's the thing that I've noticed about what McClellan pulled off with the aid of the judge, is they pulled off bamboozling the jury into this direction, I think. And that's best case scenario.
Yeah, I think, to be truthfully honest about the whole jury deal, I think the jury was tampered with. There's too many reasons for them to be tampered with, because of the simple fact, you know, Mullen was a bailiff. How does a detective become a bailiff? I don't understand that. That's bad juju right there. Conflict of interest to me.
Well, I mean, somebody was talking to the jury, because we know that the jury. So one of the trolls came out in the middle of trial and said, or in the middle of deliberations, let me be clear. One of the trolls came out and said, the jury is asking to review XYZ. Now, you tell me, Donnie, how would anyone know what the fuck the jury was requesting to review if the jury was sequestered?
I see your point exactly there, because the simple fact is, you know, nobody should have known that. That was information that should have been known inside the courts. And, you know, it just, like I said, it's just the way everything went down. They're set up for appeals everywhere in this case.
Well, honestly, that's what I think. But honestly, the other night, must have been night before, I was laying in bed, and you know how you get into that meditative state right before you pass out.
Yeah.
So I'm laying there thinking, and I'm thinking about appeals and all of this, and it's like this cloud of sadness and doubt, this dark cloud raised over me, and I started to think, well, hold on, this is Indiana. Like, just like I was foolish when it came to Doug Carter and the state police being some sort of white knights in this situation, wouldn't I also be equally as foolish to believe in the appeals court at this process, or at this point in the appeals process? Like, I started to think in this very bad way. You know, I thought, well, they might have just as much as a grip over this whole appeals process and these appeals court judges or whatever. So I in that moment, I kind of went into that state, and I just started thinking this whole thing could already be wrapped up, where they already know, yes, it'll go to appeals, and those people will be equally crooked as well, and they're just going to go ahead and rubber stamp this shit, and it's all going to be done. Because I believe the whole thing with this is that they want it buried, done. You know, because then no one looks into the cartel, no one looks into the gangs, no one looks into the corruption on the state level and higher. Like, they let everything go. The shit's dead and buried. And I'm not optimistic. I gotta admit, I mean, because the doubt that they've instilled in me about the whole process is immense at this point. It looks like it's a cover up from the Delphi Police Department all the way on up.
Yeah, it goes as high as you can go in Indiana. 100%. It goes as high as it can go. And I live 40 minutes from Delphi. And I'll tell you right now, it's not only corruption in Delphi, it's corruption statewide. You know, statewide it's bad. You know, I hate to admit that I live in Indiana, but I do.
Let me ask you this: Did you vote for any of these fuckers?
Not a one.
Good. Well, I hope you vote them out next time too.
If
I
I
have a
if I had a
question.
chance to vote, if I had a chance to vote for everybody that was good instead of everybody that was dirty, man, that'd be a hard one to do, because they're, you know, politics in my books are. I'm not very big into politics, but I've learned a lot of politics through this case.
Well, you know, I always thought Mike Pence was crooked as fucking hell, like basically one of the most corrupt politicians in the Midwest. And this only solidifies, you know. But I wanted to ask you, have you been out to the trails and walked that ground in Delphi?
I've been out there. I haven't walked much of it,
Okay.
but
All right.
I've been out there, and I know I can. You know, I've never been to the exact site, but I can take you right to it.
Okay. Well, I asked because I know for myself, and I want all the listeners, because some of the listeners, I've said this 6 months ago, we've got new listeners, is that I'm pretty big on first impressions and gut instinct at this point, you know, in my life, and have been for 20, 30 years really, but I always trust my gut. and my first impressions. I always feel the vibe. I'm the type when I go in a situation, I kind of feel the vibe first thing, and that's kind of a safety mechanism. But so my first impression when I first went out there to walk to the high bridge and those trails around the area, it was just so it was a very obvious thing because the first impression was hell no. And I gotta tell you that, Donnie, like, so I get out there and I made sure that I would arrive at the right time, like about noon, because I wanted to be out there in the middle of the day from noon to 4 or whatever. I wanted to be out there at the same time of day. And I went in November, so mid-November is sort of the same as February, March.
Yeah,
In
it's
that there's
similar.
no leaves on the trees, there's a lot of brown on the ground. So anyway, I get out there, and about the time I'm just near the high bridge. I'm just, I'd walked that long trail, and about the time I hit that high bridge, I'm looking around and it's hitting me like a 2x4 over the head. And it's just, hell no, absolutely not. You're dealing with broad daylight. Okay. Wide open, broad daylight, middle of the day. There's other people around because you never know that there's turns and stuff. You don't know who's turning a corner. It's the middle of the day. It's whatever, 40 degrees. You got people out. You got people here. We got people behind you. And I'm thinking, this is not what it seems like on television. This is not the most secluded place in the world that there's no one else out there. There were people around, and I could hear voices, and people would pass me with dogs, and
yeah,
so
that place is not. It's not as often the distance as what they make it sound. I mean, you can walk straight 2 towns from there in just a few minutes. I mean, you're in the edge of town in a matter of minutes.
Yeah, true. Even Robert Ive said that. Yep, in a matter of minutes. And that's what struck me as I'm out there, and it's just hitting me like, absolutely no way. There's no way. Like, okay, I could see things going awry in different scenarios, but not this scenario they're wanting us to believe. As far as a pervert, okay, so if I'm a pervert, I'm out there, I want to find some little girls. I'm not going to do it where there's the potential that others could be around and see me or hear one of the girls scream, or if one of the girls runs, she might get to someone else. I might only catch one, and then the other one gets to another citizen, and I'm done.
Yeah, and really, you think about it, there's houses close right there.
They're houses. There's a house, like you're saying. When you get across that bridge, that's that Weber house is right there.
Yeah, the Weber house is. I mean, you couldn't throw a baseball and hit it, but you could see the Weber house from where that's at. I'm about positive of that.
Yeah, and even that Mears home and the barn and all the shop, there's always activity. When I parked there were several men in and out of that zone, and I thought, well, you would know they could hear a scream because it's just on the other side of the wood line. And so I guess what I'm saying is I could see some things happening. Like I could see this. If it was a planned thing, I could see someone saying, I'm going to park my car under that bridge on that private driveway. And maybe I could see, if I have an assistant, maybe if I have some help, maybe we can kidnap 2 girls. If they're in the perfect spot at the perfect opportune moment, we might be able to kidnap them and throw them in that vehicle and get the hell out of there. But this whole thing, the way they've spun it with Rick Allen wants to do some sort of assault on these girls, and it just on the whim, he decides these are the 2 and this is the moment and I'm going to take it. It doesn't sit right with me. It seems like the least plausible thing, like
You know,
you would get
I
caught.
right, and I've always had questions about it because the simple fact, you know, when I seen the picture of Abby on the bridge, before I even knew it was fake, I thought it was fake. Because if you look at the size of her feet to the size of the ties, that's two totally different deals right there. Her feet wasn't that big to the ties.
True. Doesn't it look odd on the feet? Now, see, I'll say this. Clearly, I've been speaking with people who have some knowledge of things. And I know that no one's going to like me saying this, but I got to tell you, Donnie, and all the listeners, I don't have a lot of confidence in the defense investigators. I don't. I really don't. You got to think what they were given was already censored. Okay. They didn't get the entire results of the investigation for 7 years. Okay. They got, it was just like the witnesses they got. The discovery they got was picked and chosen, and it was scrambled, and it was redacted, and it was already decided that this is going to be what it is. You don't know what was hidden from the defense investigator. So even though I love them, and I think their hearts are in the right place, they are operating on limited information as well. And so
yes, I have to somewhat agree with that, but they yet again somewhat disagree because Kathy Shank was the one that prepared those documents for the defense. She picked and chose. She put a bunch of different things in a bunch of different places, and they had to go through and investigate what they had to figure out what was going on. And they had, they had papers that was, should have been in files that was, 10 files ahead. She was monopolizing it for them, and it made it real rough on them, which I've got to have total respect for them because they really put a lot into it and figured out a lot of stuff with what limited sources they had. They put it together, I think, awesomely well.
no, that's what I do mean. They've done the best with what they have, but no, you're absolutely right. I think it was all intentional because you know how they hid or they attempted to hide the identity of, say, Horan, who was the geofencing guy, and then they tried to hide the Turco, who was the Odinism guy, and they tried to hide all these people.
They tried to hide the professor at Purdue.
That's right. That's the Turco, and they tried to hide. And I think the manner in which Shank put together that discovery in a disorganized fashion, I think that was another part of the layers of deception. They tried to make it confusing, disorganized. One of the parties said that, Prof, that discovery was arranged like if you took confetti and threw it up in the air and let it fall down.
And I believe that. And it's sad that it has to go that way. But it's with the way this case started, what could we expect? It's hard to beat an organized shit show.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what that was.
Yep, totally. And I guess the reason I'm bringing that up is to come back around to this, like you're saying about this. I have zero confidence in all of that discovery that was handed over. So in other words, with the metadata that's attached, with the timelines, with the, trying to say that, oh, well, this is not photoshopped and this is not a manipulated. How do you know? How do you know? Because if you're thinking that what you've been handed has some validity, like, how do you know without forensically determining that for yourself? Because obvious that there was a combative nature of the way all of that was handed and what was given. And I don't have any confidence in any of that stuff anymore. So I'm arguing with him. You know, I'm arguing with the defense people right now.
But they've got one advantage over all of us. They've seen everything that they could possibly see to set the story for them. You know, they've seen the stuff that was hidden. They've seen all the deaths behind this case. You know, they've seen a lot of stuff that we haven't, and that's what I go by. And like I said, I think they've done a pretty decent job. I couldn't have done any better myself.
No, I agree. No, I do agree with you on that. They've done the best with what they have, but I'm questioning what they have is, I guess, what I'm trying to get across. And it's a point of contention, right?
It's hard to question what they have because, yeah, it's probably been picked through, but then again, why did they shuffle it? Why did they monopolize it into different places? Why did they, we know now why they did that, but back then we didn't know why they did that.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, guys, I had to have a cigarette.
I'm just looking at the chat here, trying to find a good one to put up here. Let's see.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing too. I'm talking on my phone and I'm looking at the chat.
I see we might have a troll in here. Let's see. We got a troll, but let me confront the troll head on, like I like to do. So let's see. Drake Smith. Okay, what are you talking about, Drake? Let's see who you are first of all. Drake Smith says, "What exactly is your point? Do you think he didn't do it? More perpetrators? Not sure what you're trying to point to." Yes, yes, and yes.
I'll tell you, the perpetrators are still out there, buddy.
Yes,
I'll tell you straight up, the perpetrators are still out there, and the people that organized all this shit is still out there. So, hey, I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
there you go. That's about what I have to say too. Okay. Like I said from the start, there's wolves in sheep's clothing in the defense pocket. I stand by that. I don't, hey, all I got to say is I've noticed this. Okay. And people call me conspiracy theorist. I really don't care. It's my channel. Okay. Enjoy the channel. Enjoy my channel. Here's what I have to say. I believe in this case, it's so unbelievable. That's why no one can believe it. Whenever I have little Alex Voorhees on, people don't understand what he's saying because he has a slight autistic bent to his way of communicating. But what he's saying is that there's controlled narratives in this case. There's controlled on the prosecution side. There's controlled on the defense side, which means in Prof's language, controlled opposition. Okay, so part of the narrative or the scepter of control that's had on this case is you do have some controlled opposition. And I agree with that. Now, I'm not going to sit here and call names because I don't want to further a civil war. But I'm telling you, we've seen civil wars. We've seen civil wars on the prosecution side. We've seen civil wars in the trolls and on the defense side. And I'm telling you now, there is controlled opposition. Now, ask yourself, in the murder of two little girls, when would there ever be a control mechanism to the extent that they would have controlled opposition over this narrative? Like that tells you right there, there's something with this case that's beyond a normal double homicide of kids.
Yes, I think it goes way, way deeper than that. I think it goes deeper than we all really, really know because there's so much that could be, that possibly is that we don't know for sure.
Yeah, we don't. I mean, and what's funny to me, Donnie, look, I came on YouTube almost 2 years ago. So it's not like I've been here since 2017. Now I've been following since 2017, but I was following behind the scenes. I was like this. You know what I like listening to? Other podcasts. I was always a consumer of podcasts. It's only until Richard Allen's arrest when I got concerned enough to step onto the platform. But before then, I was just enjoying everyone's podcast. But I guess what I'm getting at is I started to suspect and notice back then when I was just consuming. I said, well, there seems to be a controlled narrative being pushed here. Because we didn't know, because remember, we had Keegan Kline, we had Brian Chadwell, we had Garrett Kurtz. We could go back in time from POI to POI to POI. All these various scenarios. And when I noticed when I was consuming all this stuff is there's a very thin line that's being pushed. And people always they align it to Gray Hughes, but it's just because that's the easiest thing to do. I don't want to mention that guy's name. I don't want to beat up on the guy, whatever. I have my channel, like I said, everyone has theirs. I don't care. But what I'm getting at is what I noticed is that line that Gray Hughes spins, that seems to be like the generic narrative that's been pushed real hard all these years, even before we knew. Remember the whole thing with, oh, this is bridge guy. Obviously he sees the girls, and obviously he follows them off the end of the bridge, and obviously he chases them across the creek. Like that whole scenario with that narrative point, that's been pushed so hard since 2017. And I always wondered about that because I thought, I don't know that that's what happened. That's a limited scenario or picture to try to paint about what might have happened to these girls. It's very specific.
There's a lot of brains into the scenario of this that all the scenarios that has been put out. There's a lot of different people with a lot of different scenarios, and they just take the best scenario and put it together. That's the way I feel about it.
See, I had always been pretty stuck with with Eric Williams and the thought of Garrett Kurtz. I'll be honest with you. I always thought like Eric Williams' whole thing made a lot of sense to me. Like, is there some guys out there up to no good in those woods, and somehow some pervert luring the girls? Because I always also thought there might have been some luring going on, some luring into a trap or something. And I don't have the answers. I just always had this. I always gravitated in those directions. Like, is there some luring? And is there a bunch of dumbasses in the woods up to no good? And so it always expanded that option to me. When I looked at these scenarios, I thought, well, saying that there's a pervert who chases the girls across the creek and kill them, that it like forgoes the possibility that they're lured out there with some sort of perverts or crackheads or whatever in the woods doing some no good shit. And I always thought it was a limiting thing to have such a narrow view of the crime. And so I guess that's why it's led me to be how I am today, where I still can't exclude any of those scenarios, but I'm not buying what the state's saying about Richard Allen. I'm just not.
No, that ain't worth buying because there's nothing to buy there. That's all dead end roads. And back to what you was talking about, that there's a lot of different scenarios that could be, but there's a few out there that's pretty close. But then again, there's a lot out there that's pretty far off of some of the actual details.
And I start to think also, Donnie, of the lies, because I was thinking this morning about it too. I was thinking, okay, Keegan Kline. And I was thinking, wow, like all these people that went after Tony Klein and Keegan Kline. And then I thought, well, we know that Anthony Schatz was communicating with one or both of these girls. And then I thought, well, and they were supposed to rendezvous or meet up with this Anthony Schatz that day. And then I thought of Noe. Noe came in earlier. And when Noe got out of prison, Noe told me, he said, Prof, Keegan told us that him and his dad were there that day, and that his dad came back to the car bloody and said we had fun, but that he only helped move the bodies.
See, I didn't think that scenario would hold water because Keegan was known to be a liar. I only live a few miles from Peru, and I spent a lot of time in Peru, and I never come across him, but I just always heard he was just a little weasel, just wanted everything that he couldn't have.
Yeah, I guess. Well, that's where I was going. Is what bothered me thinking about that. I was thinking, who in the hell, like this? What? I'm just built different, because in my world, you would never have me, especially if I was not involved whatsoever, putting myself in that situation. And how in the hell, if it's not true, is Keegan sitting in jail, running his mouth, bogarting about, oh yeah, man, me and my dad, we were out there. Yeah, we did this and that, and my dad did this, but all I did was this, and yeah, well, that's what fucks up with Delphi. It's I guess the amount of information in this case has driven people insane because of shit like that,
Yeah, that to me. That was just one another way to kind of use him as like a builder to try to build something from what he was given them. But I just don't think he was a smart kid, but he wasn't that smart.
Yeah, I mean, did he honestly think he was going to get some plea deal credit with bullshit lies? I mean, if they were lies that he was trying to tell the investigators, I mean, it's bewildering to me. It's mind-boggling.
Right. Like I've talked to a lot of people that knew him, that knew of him, and they said he was just, somebody that wanted everything that he couldn't have, and he would do anything to get what he couldn't have.
Okay, so someone says, like Keegan Kline would confess to one horrible crime, but then be really quiet about a more severe.
Well, you got to consider at that point in time, he had women paying a lot of attention to him.
Oh yeah,
but
true.
He draw them in with what he was saying, and they was giving him money. And sure, you're going to say anything you want to say to get money when you're in there and can't do nothing.
Well, Keegan clearly loved that attention. I mean, and people see that's where I have a little problem with people with these murderers. They send them money, like they're doing it to Kohlberger. They're doing it to this guy that shot the guy in New York. You know, they did it with Keegan. There's that sick, twisted element that falls in love or obsession with these murderers and these criminals, and to try to get stuff out of them, they try to finesse them with gifts and commissary and conversations, you know. But there's a fine line there, and it's. I think a lot of that Keegan stuff was that, and you know, we know who those people were. It's like you fed the beast, man.
Yeah, they basically bought the information that was no good. You know, the information that they got was, I mean, it's proven that Klein's a liar. You know, Keegan is the biggest liar there is.
You know, it brings to mind something that I haven't really talked a lot on the channel about, but it's something I've personally experienced, and a bunch of us on this case have. And the funny thing is, I thought about it today, and I was trying to do some research in Google on it, but there's limited information online about it. But it's something we call info farming.
Right.
So what we've experienced in this case is a whole bunch of info farming. And primarily what we've experienced is this. So as males, it's come in the form most often of females. And they'll come and befriend you and reach out to you and contact you, and then try to get to the private messaging, and then try to get to the phone calls, and try to get to like daily phone calls or daily contact. And they befriend you. And so you start to think, yeah, I know this person. This is a friend of mine, or this is someone who cares about the case. In the rare exception, there might be nudes involved or something. It's not always the case, so I don't even like mentioning it. It's the 10% of it might be like of the sexual finessing, but most of it is just 90% of it is just like another person who's interested in the case, just happens to be female. And what they'll do, they start this line of communication with you, and they'll goes on for months and months and months, and up to a year or two. And
yeah, they suck you in, and then they just bleed it out of you.
And they bleed it out of you, and then inevitably, what happens is it leads to that something will happen, and then one of you figure it out, and then you cut it off, and then it's done. And like every narcissistic dynamic or whatever, you start to wake up in time, and you realize what was really happening. And I've noticed an epidemic of it on this case, where the people who seem to be to have good intentions, and they do this sort of thing, and what you realize is that what they really have been trying to do this whole time is to get information out of you. And that's why the term info farming, because it's like farming. If you think about farming, what do you do when you're farming? Well, you prepare the soil, you know, you plant the seeds, you fertilize, you let time pass, you let things flourish and grow and develop, and then you pick the fruits. It's a lengthy process. And so info farming is literally the perfect word for it, but it's a new concept to a lot of people. So you don't find much online about it, but we've recognized, a bunch of us men here on this side, we've recognized that that's been done a lot to us, where these women will reach out and waste a lot of your time. And that what it turns out is that the whole time it's been trying to see what you know and what you got that they can get. And what they do is they give you tokens. They give you these little breadcrumbs. So you never really get nothing out of them. You know, they promise you the world, but they just give you a little sprinkle here, a little sprinkle there, a screenshot here, a screenshot there. But the whole time you know, it's developed a lot of a tough skin on a bunch of us to say, we ain't telling you nothing anymore. Like, there's no more friendships, all of that shit. That's the past. But there's been a lot of it on this case, and it goes back to what I was saying about the narrative control or the troll farming, and you wonder what's really going on here. That people
Right.
are that invested, you know.
Right. Yeah, there's I would call that using people for the information, but not giving information back, you know. And I don't fall for that, you know. I've never fell for that, which, I vet a lot. I check a lot of people out before I even think about talking to them. And it's just the way I work.
Well, you know what's funny? Like you say, you come over from Snay. You see, what they did with Snay and I was very, very fucking evil, Donnie.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. I agree. I agree with that 100%. They should be, in my eyes, they should be prosecuted for what they've done to everybody that they've done it to, because that's using a platform to threaten people. And that shouldn't be able to happen.
Yeah, yeah. And with Snay, it was funny because what Snay and I had was a very positive. So this goes back 2 years. So I had no problem with Snay at all. Okay, I didn't even really know him much. You know how I looked at him. And I hate to do this, Snay, if you're listening. This is no offense. Okay, I'm telling you, before I came on to YouTube, I looked at Snay as like that funny old guy. I did.
can see
I
that.
did. I did. It's
I
because
can see
because all of the YouTubers were younger, and Snay was the oldest, and he had a gray beard, you know. And I always, when I would think of him, I think of, oh, you know, there's that funny old guy. But one day, I was on the stream and I was just bullshitting, and you know, I was joking. I try to be funny at times for the comedic relief because it's such a heavy matter that that I like relaxing at times or getting a laugh or whatever. It's no big deal. So one day, uh, Snay was basically responding to something one of the females in the group was saying, who at the time it was a complicated situation because I wasn't realized she was info farming me, you know. So
Right.
so this girl was info farming me, and Snay was being mean to her. So I said, you know, I know what I'm going to do. The next time I go on a stream, I'm going to say gay Snay because it rhymes and it's funny, and it's going to be my little snipe at him for harassing this chick, you know.
Right.
So I'm on the stream and I say blah 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 gay Snay. Well, what happened as a result of that? It had nothing to do with Snay. He didn't give a shit, but it's one of the instigators, one of these people behind the scenes who causes all the fucking trouble and all the disinformation. He took that little clip and he went to Snay and said, "Hey, Snay, here's Prof's address, name, phone number. Here's his kids. Here's his house. Here's all his shit. 27 pages on Prof. Gay Snay." And see what that did is that sent Snay off on a year-long tirade.
Yep.
Where that son of a bitch was behind the scenes. He was a man behind the curtain. You know what I mean? He was pulling all the levers and knobs. And Snay was being used.
Yep. Yep.
And
Snay was actually being used to get to you, and you was being used to get to Snay.
we're put against each other, and several of us. And what I started to notice as I started to figure people out, I looked at the situation. I said, you know what? I don't really mind this Snay. You know, I started to look at his channel and I said, I agree with him on 90% except politics. Okay. So me and Snay's politics are a little different. And I thought, well, but we don't talk politics. So I thought, as far as Delphi goes, I don't disagree with Snay that much. And I thought, you know what? I need to talk to him, see what the fuck the issue is with him.
Yep.
So the funniest thing was they had Snay and I so insanely mad at each other that when I finally decided that I wanted to have a one-on-one with him, it took him a good month or two before he was even willing to give me a phone call, because he was so it was a month, I mean, it was a year of traumatizing him and me. So after, I put the feelers out, and a month goes by, and then I get no response. So then I put the feelers out again, another month goes by. So finally I just I said, you know what, give me his number. And then the person gave me his number, and I text him out of the blue. I just cold text him, and I said, look, Stay, I want to talk. I'm sorry for whatever you think may have happened, but I want to talk. And then the first time we talked, I said, look, man, as far as anything that's ever happened, that's water under the bridge. I'm done with that. I want to talk like first time, and the funniest thing happened with him is he said, Prof, you're full of shit. You've been texting me for a while. I said, no, I haven't. He said, no, Prof, fuck you. You've been texting me. You said if I told you this and that and the other, that you would remove the video about my daughter, blah, blah, blah. Well, that blew our minds, because I realized at that moment that someone had been communicating with him, pretending to be me, making promises to him. And of course, because I was not involved in that communication, I had no clue that he was expecting me to remove a video that was not too nice. So right. Snay was getting angrier and angrier at me every day, thinking that I was failing to keep up my word. Well, that's the sort of thing I'm saying, that's the type of insane shit that goes on behind the scenes. So finally, I realized what was going on. He realized what was going on, and we got to talk like human beings. And all it took was a couple conversations and our true intentions to come through, where I realized that Snay was never mad at me to begin with. It never had anything to do with me. And then he realized that I was no threat to him in the first place. So that's what I mean about this community, how you just wouldn't understand. Like, the people who are consuming this or just watching on the outside, you don't understand the delirious or the just the evil shit that goes down, where people are playing each other off of each other behind the scenes. And we're here none the wiser.
It's, like I said, I had one person that I've known for a long time, and I seen him over at the courthouse when I was over there. And I just, she started telling me some things, and I just, nope, I can't talk to this. I'd known her for like 20 years. I can't talk to this. I can't do this. So I just quit communicating with her, and I just, I wasn't listening to it, because it sounded like to me it was a big bunch of bullshit.
Well, I got to say that something I saw today was insane. Was do you remember this, Donnie? That like a couple months ago they secretly recorded Kathy Allen.
Yes, yes.
Well, just those same assholes, now that the sentence has been handed down, they've gone and published that shit on Facebook now.
Wow.
And what you see now is they were lying the whole fucking time, because everything they said was in that recording. Guess what's in that recording? It ain't that.
Nope.
She don't say nothing about her marriage. She don't say nothing about not trusting Rick or not loving Rick or not. It's pure fucking evil, Donnie. That's all I gotta say, because we are human beings. Like, the thing is, until you've lost people you've loved, or until you've been in hard situations, you don't value another fucking person. And you assholes out there doing this shit, you prove that you do not value other human beings. And that's the bottom line.
Hey, I can vouch for that because, I'm kind of cold inside, because, my mom's side of the family done something to me quite a few years ago, and I haven't talked to my mother or that side of the family in probably 5 or 6 years. And that's, some of the worst people in your life that can hurt you. And they accomplish that. And I have no use for them. And I treat people the same way that I'm treated. If people give me respect, I give a bunch of respect back. I probably give more respect than I should, but that's just the way it is. You learn from everything that everybody has done to you. You never forget those things.
Yeah, absolutely right. And that's the thing, Donnie. I do not blame you one bit whatsoever. That's one of the biggest things that the narcissists do is they say, family, we can beat the shit out of you as long as we say we're family is family. Family is family. It's not always the case, because sometimes you have to demand the respect that you deserve.
Yep.
And
myself, I don't demand a lot of respect, but you show me respect, I show it back. I come from the old school of hard knocks. You disrespect me, I'm gonna disrespect you 10 times worse than you ever disrespected me. And you got a
Yeah.
long battle ahead of you if you think you're gonna get ahead of me. I mean, I don't take no crap. I'll call crap in a minute. That's why one of the reasons I went to the courthouse, but I never went in the courtroom, because I knew that I couldn't keep my big mouth shut, and I wasn't going to go in there and put myself at stake. But they can't shut me up out in public.
mm-hmm. Well, that's the thing now is they're threatening to arrest and charge, and it's like, come on, man, continue that shit, because you know what? All you'll do by doing any of that is prove what we're saying.
I always come back at them like, hey, throw your punches and throw the police my way. They ain't gonna get nothing from me. They ain't got nothing to get me on. So bring your shit. I'll fight it 100%. Come and get you some.
Let's see if I can.
You're going to find out in the long run that a lot of those that are threatening that are just keyboard warriors.
Oh yeah, a bunch of these are keyboard. That's the funny thing about Snake.
I love Rick to death. Me and
I
I've
love
talked
Rick
to Rick.
too.
We've got to know each other pretty well. We've hung out together. He's kind of the one that gave me the pit bull name.
Oh, I see.
And
I see. Do you have dogs?
I've got 3 pit bulls myself.
All right.
But I mean, he gave me that name because one of the police officers over there was trying to give him crap about being parked there too long, and I just straight up told him, I said, "Bud, it's like this. He just pulled back here 20 minutes ago, and that cop told me I didn't have nothing in it. And I said, I've got all there is in it. I was his witness the scene he pulled in here 20 to 25 minutes ago, and you ain't gonna shut me up, son." And he didn't like the son comment, but I didn't back down either, because I wasn't, they ain't pushing nobody around me, because I'm gonna speak up and stick up for people. They're dirty over there. They're as dirty as they can get, and I'm gonna stick up for what's right.
Well, I mean, sending YouTubers to threaten to arrest us and sue us and all of that. You're already on a press conference. You're whining about YouTubers being mean to you, and you're the state police of Indiana.
Right.
Shit. I I said it on my show that my mind was blown. I cannot believe that. Like, where's the integrity there? Even if you don't like what the YouTubers are saying, can't you just understand that you're representing the Indiana State Police? You can stand up there with pride and say, this is what we stand for. This is what we believe. You don't have to try to smear the defense attorneys or the YouTubers for having a different opinion or criticizing your bullshit, which there's enough bullshit to fill Santa's sack 10 times over. You know, it's part and parcel for this whole fucking case was that press conference. It's the perfect. God couldn't have given us a better gift than that press conference right there.
That put the icing on the cake for me that I will never give a good word for nothing that has to do with the state police. State police does not deserve, after what they've done to this case and what they've done to people in this case, they don't deserve the backing of me. Anytime they call and ask for their donations, I'll say, nope, take your donations and stick them up your ass.
I mean, bro, like, do you think it would have been this hard for Doug Carter to sit down with a fucking cameraman, even if it takes 6 hours? Like, how much you think he's banging down a year? 150 grand, 120 grand, or he's getting a paycheck that's sizable.
If you ask me, he's getting paid way too much, because there ain't nothing true about that man. And all you're ever going to get out of that man's word salad. Word salad is the biggest thing you'll ever get out of him.
Here's what he could have done, though. I'm giving here a hypothetical. He could have at his salary, where he's getting paid for his time, he could have invited over a cameraman from whatever fucking news organization or even his own, within his own, and said, hey, we need a camera here in my office. I'm getting paid regardless. Then he could set that camera up, and he could have sat there and word saladed his ass off for 30 minutes. It said, okay, you guys, regarding the Delphi murders investigation, the tentacles and the shack in the last piece of the puzzle, and if you want to know what I know, and I'm finally telling you a story, and the family has been cleared, and we got the right guy, and blah blah blah, and here's my statement, and here's the fascinating story I've been waiting to tell you for 7 years, so hopefully that alleviates all your concerns, citizens of the great state of Indiana. And I'm getting paid to do this, and I'm doing it, and so God bless you all, and may the Lord God Almighty and the United States of America remain forever and ever. Amen. He could have done something like that. Yeah. At least given a little breadcrumb to the people who've been waiting with bated breath on every word of his at every press conference over Delphi murders. But what did he do? Decide to do anyway? To go to this press conference and off the cuff smear the defense attorneys and YouTubers and whine like a little baby. It's infuriating, man.
Yes, I'll agree with that. It's so infuriating that, I watched it the first time, and I've struggled to watch it ever since, because like I said, there's so much word salad and so much, defying of the defense, and and like I said, hey, they done their job. When they closed early, they knew the fix was in.
Well, my theory on that is yes, they knew it was in, and they didn't want to show any more of their hand, because they can save that for the next, or for the appeal, or the next trial, whatever, however you want to phrase it. They thought, fuck it, fix is in, we'll save this for later.
Yep. They saved that. They saved that for the ending of the new beginning, because now it gets serious.
Good way to put it. Yeah. See, I like you for phrases like that. Yeah. Because there was no getting any further with this setup. I mean, that woman single-handedly handed the verdict to Nick McClelland that he desired.
Yes, yes, yes. I do believe so. And like I said, at first I wondered why they just stopped. And then the more I thought about it, and the more I heard people talk about it, you know, they done everything they could. They knew the fix was in. They knew that everything that they put out after that was just going to be, blowing in the wind from that point. So save that for the next fight. The next fight is the bigger fight.
Yeah, yeah, and like I said, I don't have much faith in the whole system in Indiana at this point. I mean, honestly, I'm sort of conspiracy theorist. So I'm thinking, you know what it looks like to me? It looks like the Masons got full fucking control of the situation. Like they got Doug Carter, Nick McClellan, Mike Patty, Bob, 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 Bob. They got everybody under control. So it looks to me like they got full control. So do they have full control of the appeals appellate court? I don't know, but at least
Well,
the defense was smart enough to save some possible surprises for the future.
yes, I think they have, because there's been a lot of discovery come up even after the trial. There's a lot of discovery out there yet to come. I do believe. And like I said, I can almost say that with confidence, because, it just seems that way to me. There's going to be more come up, more of what they hid from everybody.
Well, you know what? I'll say this. I think that the defense got it right and wrong the first time. Hey, Jake Brooks, I see you back there. Just hold on a second, please. Because, and I think Rick and I and some of the, I think a bunch of us all agree on this, that I think when you look at the 136 pages of the Frank's memorandum, it's only a piece of the puzzle to this whole thing. And I think that what we're dealing with is a larger situation in which that Frank's memorandum is maybe 20% of the bigger picture. Because I think what you actually have is a cartel that all the drug gangs work for as tentacles that are intertwined into all this shit. And by that, I mean all the meth makers, the manufacturers, the people tied into the family, people tied into law enforcement, the CIs, okay, this whole fucking network of which the Vinlanders or the little gangsters of that ilk were just a part. Yeah. And I'm hoping that what's going to happen with the defense is that they broaden their ability to bring in new evidence and new information and say, we now realize that it's not just these 136 pages, it's possibly 636 pages, and that we need to bring in all this other shit of all these other people and people who were there that day, because we know there were people there that day that saw things and did things who were never mentioned in any of this. And I think if they broaden the whole web and bring in more, that then they might have a chance of actually getting to more of the truth. Because if they remain stuck with this little fucking 136 pages, they're never getting any further, because she's already dealt with that.
Right.
There are aspects in there that may be relevant, but there's so much missing that I don't think that'll be enough. So my message to all those investigators and the attorneys and those listening is that, yeah, that's all good and all, but there's more to this story than that 136 pages. And I think they already know that.
Well, there's, another part of that story is, look what they did to Greg Ferenczi. They assassinated him in front of the FBI building in Terre Haute. That had to do everything with this case, because shortly after he dropped the memorandum, he was dead. That says something big on this case, because he was one of the leading guys to come up with this Odin report.
Right. And you know what's funny? the reason I know it's important, additionally, is that the troll farm is saying that he was not killed because of this case. They're trying to discredit it. That even indicates even further that he was killed because of this case.
Oh yeah, it says you can go right into some of the old things from WTWO and Terre Haute. I used to live in Terre Haute. WTWO in Terre Haute and Channel 10 in Terre Haute. They covered this some, not a lot, but they covered it some. And they said right on there that Ferenczi was, a special agent, and special agents know about this stuff, or they wouldn't be the special agent that they are. And he was one of the good special agents that spoke his mind and spoke his piece. And he died for that over the Delphi case by an Odinist.
Yeah, and I've been criticizing lately who they're now, what it appears like is they're trying to let him off scot fucking free like they did with Mitch Westerman. Now, Mitch Westerman did their bidding.
They put him, he's in a mental hospital right now, fighting trial because they say he's mentally unstable. I'm sorry, people, but that man is so mentally stable, he could stand to go to trial, and he should.
He was mentally unstable enough to run for mayor and almost win it. Yeah, right.
Yeah, run for mayor and run for other positions in Terre Haute that, he didn't make it. But if he had brains enough to do that, he's got brains enough to go to trial.
Yeah, thank you very much. Hey, what's up, Jake Brooks? Welcome to the show, Jake.
Prof, Don, Merry Christmas to you, everyone in the chat.
Merry Christmas to you too.
Merry Christmas, brother.
Yeah. It's tough to be in good spirits.
Hey, I'm sorry, Jake. Hold on a minute. Can you try that again? Maybe you're cutting in and out. Let's see.
Test.
There
Good.
you go.
It's all yours, Jake. We've been rambling on forever.
No, thanks for having me on, and thanks for having the courage to continue along these lines. You brought up Ferenczi, and I do think there was good police work that was done throughout this case, right? So you had Ferenczi, and you had Murphy, and you had Click that really were kind of onto something, right? And you saw how the state shut them down immediately. There were proceedings that were held on March 18th of this year that were proceedings for the motion to dismiss. And in that one document, you just see the amount of BS that's going on in this case. Yep. And to me, there's really two things that happen, right? You have this terrible crime that happened to two preteens or teenage girls. And then everything that happened 5 years later to an American citizen, a veteran, and someone who didn't deserve to be treated this way. I mean, we pay taxes, we have rights, and they just trampled all over it. And I think that those two things need to be separated, right? Because now you've got Rick Allen in jail on Christmas Eve tonight, who should be home with his family and home with his child. And he's sitting in a jail cell. They didn't have to do this 5 years later. There's absolutely no reason they had to do this 5 years later, except for the money, I think, right? If they just had it as a cold case, everything would have been fine. And what has led them down this path to where they had a press conference this week that looks ridiculous. By the way, before that, they executed a man that wasn't 100% mentally stable, right? In the same week that they sentenced Richard Allen for a crime that he did not commit. I've got two kids that are about the same age as Libby and Abby were. We play this game sometimes where they think that they can get away from daddy. I go, listen, if I wanted to hold you and you would know, there's no way you guys could get away, right? I could never do that with two of them. Okay, never in my. I mean. And I just say, listen, I could take control. There is no way you could wrangle two girls of their age from a 5 foot 5'3" or 5'4" man, absolutely no way that he could do this without a sound. Okay. So then to blame it 5 years later during an election year, like Green Acres is saying, that's the only motivation for it. And if he would have had probably $5,000 in his pocket and a decent lawyer, he wouldn't be in the spot. They found the one sheep that they could blame it on. And that is what scares every American that pays taxes today, is that could happen to you, that you could be in Haldol, that you could be thrown in the hole without a lawyer.
Yep.
Yeah, and look, let's not mince words here. They were threatening to kill him, his wife, and his daughter. Okay. Why do you say that, Prof? Because otherwise he wouldn't have said, is my wife alive? Is my wife okay? Is my family alive? Is my family okay? Is my daughter alive? Oh, who's doing that to you? Oh, it's the guys with the Odin patches.
That runs
scary.
the Odin runs deep in our prison and jail systems. I've got a friend here in town where I live that was in DOC, and it's not pretty in there. You know, there's a lot of.
I thought the whole time that Rosie and Baldwin did everything that they could, and they were starting at a spot where they're never going to win. They had the people in places. They had the judge in place. They had their witnesses lined up. Everyone else who may have been able to actually put on a defense for Richard Allen, he was not able to defend himself in a criminal trial. And you've got digital evidence that's sketchy. You've got people that they want to call as witnesses that are all of a sudden missing or coming up, that aren't even here anymore. If you think about those three investigators that were onto something, Ferenczi they got rid of. Okay, Click they put in jail, and Murphy saw the writing on the wall and said, "I'm not into this.
I'm not doing this to myself." Right. Yeah.
I think the Click deal was all set up to begin with. I think the
Yes.
prosecution had something to do with that.
Me 100%. 100%.
That was suspicious from the word go.
So he was the one that sent a letter. Didn't he send a certified mail to the prosecutor and said, "Hey, I just, after I read what you put on Rick Allen, I can't really stand for that," and made sure that it was signed for. And
Begging them. Yeah, he was begging them. And you know what I think? Because I don't know if either of you guys heard me say this, because often I never like repeating myself, but I feel I have to, because every time I do, I found a benefit. I think this is what happened, because I know for sure, I had several friends who were there at the March 18th hearings. He pissed them off big time. They were basically, you ever watched the old Looney Tunes? Steam was coming out of their ears. And I'm talking about Holman and Doug Carter and them. Okay. Steam was coming out of their ears when Click testified.
Yeah, because they didn't think he would do it. I don't think they thought he would do it.
Yeah.
And if you look at that,
and what I think happened afterwards is that they put together a secret panel to say, you know what? Let's put some boots on the ground and go to every single one of his clients out in the community that he ever served when he was in his former job. And let's dig some fucking dirt up on him and see if we could put together a case to charge him. And that's exactly what they did, because by April 4th, I believe it was, which was only like a couple weeks, they had already gotten enough dirt together that he was recommended for some sort of investigation. And hello, Merry Christmas, motherfuckers.
Right. I agree completely. And if you look at his direct examination on the motion to dismiss, the one I'm talking about, March 18th, 2024, this year, they said, well, what actually happened afterwards? Well, everything that I said basically got shut down after Ferenczi was taken out.
Yeah, immediately.
Yep.
So that's where that ended. It was insane. And man, I've got a little story I want to share with with everybody about, let's call it a club, a gang, a clique. Let's just say one of those things that I would say I'm still a member of, right? The first night that you're partaking in these things, they had this little tiny pig, this little tiny little oink, this little thing running around. It was maybe the size of a poodle. Okay, on the first night, and throughout the whole time that you're prospecting or whatever you want to call it, okay, this little pig starts to grow up a little bit. Okay, and it gets bigger, and next thing you know, it's 10 pounds and 15 pounds. And you go away for Thanksgiving and Christmas. Next thing you know, this thing is huge. All right. You're in a spot in an organization like that where secrecy is absolutely optimal. Okay. You're not saying anything to anybody ever. All right. And just before you get initiated, you got the pig that's out there. Now, this pig throughout this whole process is used all the time. So you'd have it, and you'd grease it up, and these women would run around drunk as hell trying to capture the pig for a case of beer and all these little funny things. Oh, look, it's Boudreaux, the little pig that's running around. It's a lot of fun. Well, you get to, kind of deep into this whole process, and next thing you know, Boudreaux is strung up. And let's put the, next thing you know, start cranking the wheel. And next thing you know, Boudreaux's upside down. Okay. And you're not in a spot to say anything at this point. You're not in. You're just minding your business. Okay. And at this point, this was what the weird thing was. When I heard about this case, when I saw about this case, this is what was so strange to me, is that during that time with Boudreaux, they had the video cameras out. And this was not when they were in the digital age. This is back when it was real cameras. You remember like the VHS camcorders? They were filming it. Okay. Next thing you know, another crank goes up, and she's got, Boudreaux's got one leg up. Oh, they got two legs up. Next thing you know, Boudreaux is completely hanging. Okay. You following me? This guy pulls out what it looked like a buck knife and shaves off part of his arm. And what you see and what you heard for the next 10 minutes was the most vile thing that I've ever seen. And it was nasty. It was wet. It was gross. And I will say, we ate that food. Okay. All right. Next thing you know, we're putting it into the ground, and you're cooking it. But the real dark and twisted ones that were there, they got a kick out of all this. That we're eating the meat at the party afterwards, after the Valhalla, right? That party, and you mix that kind of thing from 30 years ago with some meth twisted sickos. I think that's what you have here. And you've got that same culture where no one's going to say anything. The ones that are in aren't going to say anything. And you're going to do everything you can to make sure that it's covered. Okay. And I see those parallels where if you kind of wanted to morph those kind of things in, that you have what you have right here. And the fact that they're not going to solve the crime should have been the end of it. They don't have to solve the crime. You don't have to take a veteran and throw him in jail and drug him to the point to where he's saying anything he can and torture him to the point where, now we've got it on tape. Now you're guilty. And he's facing a life sentence, 130 years. This is what we're proud of. This is criminal justice. This is what we stand for in America these days. This is where the passion comes from on my side, is that you shouldn't be in the hole without an attorney. And I would love for you, Prof, at some point to go back over the direct examination of Todd Click, and also the direct examination of Mullins, who was the police chief at the time.
Oh, I will. Sounds like you just described the pig roast.
I knew at the trial when they said Mullins was a bailiff, I knew something was funny there, because he should be nowhere near a bailiff.
I hated it, Donnie. When I heard that, it was one of those good old boy moments in my brain It's like my head exploded. I said, "Are you fucking kidding me? There's no one else in this county that they can find to babysit that jury but Mullins."
Yeah.
Like, but just come on, dude.
That was to me, that was their direct connection to the jury.
So
It's like they do everything out in the open to rub it in your fucking faces. Like, this is what we're doing. Hope you enjoy it. We're expressing our power here.
okay, so then you get charged with this crime, this heinous crime that a 5'3" man could not have committed in broad daylight with dozens of people that are confirmed to be there that day in broad daylight, without a trace, without a sound, without anybody seeing anything. This 5'3" man that's had heart surgery is going to be able to wrangle 2 teenagers against their will, without a sound. Forget about it. That's what you want us to believe? That's what you want us to believe.
Yeah. And that's a funny thing, Jake. The sound that was heard was at 2 a.m.
2 a.m.
And yes, it was horrific fucking screams. And that's no doubt about that. There is absolutely no doubt about that whatsoever.
Why haven't they released a 911 call for that?
They won't. I bet they won't. Look what they did to Flora. They've covered Flora up 100%.
So to me, there's 2 crimes there's 2, like, to me, in my mind, there's really like, it's like a separation between, number one, you've got two kids that lost their life in an absolutely terrible way by some sickos. And by the way, in the court proceedings, the only confirmed DNA that they had was someone from the ISP. Someone that they know. The only DNA that they could match from the bodies was someone from the Indiana State Police. Now, why would that be?
And who would
why would they not test every other piece of evidence they had?
The one male that they did had a hit.
Oh, I know. And they had a hit on one hair too. They didn't do nothing about that.
So why, if you're gonna charge me with these crimes and you say, oh, you can come after me, man, they could throw you in the hole for so long and do whatever they want to you until you say whatever you gotta say.
Yep.
Right? And that's the scary part. That's the scary part, because they could do that here. They can do that to Koberger. They can do that to this guy in New York. They got you.
Yeah, and they want us to believe that.
Well, we're finding out now that almost everything they'd done in the Koberger case in the beginning was wrong. None of it was right.
One of the things that I really hope comes out of this is that you should not be able, in a court of law, to be brought evidence that is not digitally signed with metadata. Like, what is this enhanced? What do you mean enhanced? I'm a tech guy, right? I need to know.
Why was that even allowed in court? Why was the enhancement?
How did it get into a court of law?
Exactly.
Yeah, and you know what else, Jake? The whole fucking thing with Brian Harshman being able to willy-nilly give his opinion to the jury as a decorated officer of the Indiana State Police, that in his non-expert opinion, the voice matches Richard Allen. That, to me, that could have been the final straw that convinced that jury was Brian Harshman's opinion, as not an expert, just his willy-nilly fucking opinion.
Oh, yeah.
That the voice sounds like Richard Allen. That, for me, that will never sit right. Like, it should never have been allowed.
If they enhanced the video, they should have enhanced the audio too.
But where did the audio come from? Where did the audio come from?
There's two different voices on that audio. If you really break it down and really listen to it, there's 2 separate voices on that audio.
So in this country now, we're going to send someone to jail for 130 years on evidence that
altered video, altered audio, willy-nilly opinions of state police officers.
What is this? Yeah. I have a better chance in Moscow to get
Well, you do.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right now, this is not we the people country. This is being run by a bunch of crooked asses.
my heart goes out to Rick Allen and his family, and my heart goes out to the victims of this horrible crime. But I think there's two different things. And the thing is, these guys are getting so much. They're getting even more blood on their hand. These guys with the badges and the guns and the uniforms, they're getting more blood on their hands than the actual original crime.
Mm-hmm.
There's more people that showed up missing
Jake,
and dead than the original. The cover up is even worse.
Yeah, it is. It is, because I never understood, and I constantly say this, over the murder of 2 little girls. Like, how many children are murdered every fucking day in the United States of America? A lot.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
why over these 2?
If you think about it, there was 6 little girls murdered in Carroll County in and within a few months of each other.
Yeah.
A town of 3,000 people. It's insane that this is happening. And they had to put the judge in place. They had to have the right judge. Then they had to get the right jurors that were from the same place, that were probably very well connected.
That
we
the
don't
judge
know
was
anything about
from.
them. Right, exactly. And how much acting was going on with the questions and stuff, right? How much was fed to them? Like, if you're really going to do this and really take it to the limit here, you've got to have those pieces in place also, right? You have to.
That's why we were all astonished. How do you get a unanimous guilty verdict? Like, you guys are smart guys here. Neither of us are the most fucking smart in the United States, but we're normal.
How do you get a totally guilty verdict when they ask some of the questions that they ask? Some of those questions was off the chain. I didn't see a 100% guilty out of that. I seen less than half.
Yep. And the fact that you cannot,
or at least a
bring up
couple
any
with
of
reasonable
this information that they gathered over the course of their investigation. All right, we'll talk about really some key interviews that occurred. The key interviews that occurred were all of a sudden under the Mullins testimony is that they left the recorder running. Right? It wasn't just you say 70 days all the time, but really it was like, if you read back through that document, there were really the key interviews that were by the key people that could have said something and that were probably culpable. Conveniently, those were recorded over because they left the recorder on.
Conveniently.
Those were conveniently lost
from the real sickos.
Yeah.
But then what never makes any sense to me, except for money, right? And I go back to the prosecutor who gave that infomercial on how to get money for state funding by making a bigger case, right? Yeah, he has this whole infomercial. If you look for it on, well, the bigger the crime that you have, the more funding you get, right?
Yep.
And they made a lot of money off of this. There's no doubt about this.
Oh, and where did they come up with $4.1 million to run this case?
To railroad Rick Allen, the CVS worker who goes there, is on time every day and clocks in and clocks out. Yeah. That's who they want. That's who they got to. The thing is that they made a fatal flaw in this, because they blamed it on Rick Allen and the disgusting things that they did to him in the hole for 12 months or more, including involuntary medication. They're going down for this. I'm telling you, this is.
I'll tell you what, I'd like to see every one of them assholes get put in the hole and get fed Haldol and all that shit and see how they come out.
For over a year.
Yeah. Yes, for 18 months to be exact.
These are crimes against humanity. This is what we have all agreed that not a human being should be subjected to, right? And that's what's sad about this. That's
the thing. If they had a case, like none of that would have been necessary if they had a rock solid case. And that's what fucks me up with Monica Walla, because I said that they never intended this to go to trial. The objective was to convince him to plea Okay. And that's clear because of what the trolls were doing out here, alleging that he was definitely 1,000% going to plea and they were going to make it happen. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he was bullheaded. He refused to plea. And so in the process of trying to force him into that position, of backing him into that corner, they ended up getting these confessions out of him by the Haldol and the death threats and the putting him in the hole.
Absolutely.
And it's those confessions are what triggered the only thing that would have put them beyond a reasonable doubt. And for, I know for us out here, it's like even that wouldn't have done it because we know the facts. But she obstructed justice in keeping the facts from that jury. So the jury
it's
can
worse
justify.
than that.
Oh yeah,
It's worse than it's way worse than that because he had basically been cut off completely from any human
Society.
interaction, right? Other than a guard and another prisoner that's yelling at him, right? First of all, you shouldn't be in a prison without being convicted of a crime. Okay?
Agree.
Right.
So, and then the only lifeline you have to the outside, which they control everything that you do, you're videotaped 24 hours a day that they won't release. And this gag order that's now been lifted, we need to see the transcripts of this. This transcripts and the digital evidence. I'm sorry, but as a tech guy, you don't have two different places of metadata. There is one spot that recording started at, and that is a digital spot of when, a timestamp, a date, a time, and a location. Okay. It doesn't start at one place and go to another place. All right. The file is signed at a certain spot. All right. So if you look through a lot of this stuff, oh, it started here and then it ended here. No, it didn't. It couldn't. It could not have. And now, how are they able to explain then that Rick Allen, the 5'4" man that has wrangled, made two teenagers disappear, how is it now that the phone has been plugged in, plugged out at weird times, shows up underneath the body? Okay. That does not connect the person they've convicted. It exonerates him. It's gross, and I feel for the family of this, and it's almost, to me, what they did to Rick Allen, maybe, and what they've done to Ferenczi and what they've done to anybody who had a negative word to say about any of this, is worse to me almost than what we saw on the preceding crimes.
Yeah, I agree.
And what's scary about that is that could be any one of us.
Yep. That could be any one of us, any one of our dads, any one of our mothers, any one of our sisters or brothers.
They destroyed exculpatory evidence. In like 100%, they destroyed it. It does not exist, and they have no notes or any trace.
And we'll
of
never get it. That's what I was telling one investigator. I said, listen, those 70 days, that ain't coming back. There's no getting it back. There's no bringing it on back into the story. I mean, it's gone permanently.
So Ferenczi
What if
got rid of.
it's exculpatory?
Click is still in jail right now. I wonder what his conditions are like.
Who's threatening to kill him?
He's been read he's been read what his role is right now, and is it Murphy that was assigned on the day that it was like the national vote in November? Was that the day that he was checked out? Basically, that he was assigned duty outside of somewhere in Texas to make sure that the voting was okay, and could not appear on Zoom for a murder trial.
Yeah, that was suspicious to me. They let the prosecution get whatever they wanted, but yet when it come down to it and they was ready to debunk Weber, they wouldn't let him do nothing.
I think Judge Gold is the personification of evil, and we should be scared of people like that are going to be weapons of the state.
Willingly. Yeah, that's what's so, you would think that being public servants, there would be some concern about what the perception of the public is, where they would say, well, we understand this might not look too good, so we should try to alleviate the concerns of the public who we serve. But we see none of that. It's all doubling down. It's from not allowing the cameras to Doug Carter made he made several statements in this press conference. One was, oh, if you could only have been there in the courtroom and heard these victim impact statements. Yeah, fuckface. We would have loved to see the entire trial on recordings. Okay.
Yeah, what is there to hide? What is there to hide if you're on the up and up?
Then he also said,
Andrea Burkhart, who had kind of got wind of this story, and I've been reading her Substack for years, and I really don't think she has any motivation except for justice, right? I really don't think she has any motivation other than justice, not YouTube super chats, not I think her motivations are good, and you see that in her work for a number of years. She felt that this was so corrupt that I have to show up for it. And even then, Gold did everything she could to keep her out of the courtroom from her writing everything down. She's already kept all the cameras out. She will not release the audio at the end of the day. Okay. And now we have people that are basically trying to write verbatim for what they're hearing and what they're saying so that we can enforce the laws that are established in this country for justice is sort of a last hope, right? She felt that it was her duty to show up, to leave where she was on the West Coast, to go to the middle of Indiana, and Gold did everything that they could. They restricted the number of people that were coming in. This whole charade of before lunch, after lunch, line sitting in the middle of the winter. It's insane. Just to hear the truth.
Let me stop you. Not just that. Okay, people don't notice because I haven't come on and said it, but you know how they stuff the ballot boxes in countries that have problems? They tried that with this line. Okay.
Oh.
One thing I haven't said yet is that what they tried to do was they tried line stuffing in Delphi. They tried to have all the people who supported the family and the prosecutor to fill that line up to keep Andrea and others out of the courtroom. And I
didn't want to hear what they had to say.
Personally.
You want to know the good thing though? It didn't happen. Andrea was in there every day.
Yeah,
I was over
lucky.
there over there 7 days. I was over there 7 days, and I stood in line for a couple of different people. And I'll tell you what, I'd do it again.
Thank you. Yeah. And another thing about the transcripts is that Doug, I was saying that Doug referenced that you should have been in the courtroom so you could have heard this. Yeah. What else he referenced was you should get the transcripts for this, that, and the other. Question here, motherfuckers. Shouldn't those transcripts be provided in full, free of charge to the people of the state of Indiana because you obstructed transparency?
Yeah.
But no, you're going to cause
part of that
people to have to
4.1
pay
million
for those minute by minute.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Yep. And like I said,
they didn't want you to see it.
That is monopolizing for the money. That's Carroll County for you. They're going to monopolize anything to get money.
This is what can happen. And man, the thing, I guess what bugs me too is that if he just probably had like $5,000 in his bank account and had like a decent lawyer the first time that went in there, or the first time that Jerry Holman and him started that read technique, that lawyer wouldn't let him say, like, we're not entertaining this. I'm going to tell you what I did here. I'm not answering any other questions, and y'all have a nice day. And what happened was Rick stood his ground, and Jerry Holman took that as a challenge.
As a ego challenge. Right. Exactly.
He took it as a challenge and a threat.
Yep.
Right.
And the other one saw it as an opportunity.
Yep. an opportunity for somebody to be their patsy.
Mm. But I mean, you're never going to get, just by the way of like inside the group, you're not going to get anybody to talk though. Like the number one thing of these groups is secrecy. You're not getting anybody who may have been there or may have heard about it and may have seen it. It's unlikely that it's going to come from within. Okay. But we've got enough data points here to say that number one, Rick Allen, who's in jail tonight on Christmas Eve, shouldn't be there. We have enough.
No.
We have enough evidence right now. There's no evidence. There's no DNA evidence. There's no eyewitnesses.
There's no evidence to keep him there. Period.
I mean, this is why I say, look, I'll constantly say, I don't know if he's innocent or guilty or involved or any way, blah, 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 blah. But I'll say this is an absolute rock solid, absolutely clear railroading. If you've ever seen one, hands down, without a doubt, there's no question about it.
And you couldn't even bring up any of the third-party people who have digital evidence that they were there. They have digital evidence and they have admissions of their own mouth that have been verified that to more than one person that they were there involved and admitted to it and were worried about going away for a long time. That's not, you can't, as an American citizen in a court of law, you're not able to put that as your defense, is that you can't even bring that up. That's shut down by Goal. Goal is the agent of the state. And McClellan, I think he enjoyed the benefits of having a big trial around, but he's as crooked as they come too. And you could tell in that press conference, they didn't even believe their own words. Go back and listen. I mean, they didn't even, there were mistakes that were made. Why say that on the day?
But it was none of their mistakes.
Unreal.
Well, they don't want the criticism whatsoever and don't want to be called corrupt. However, everything you've done has been giving the appearance of corruption and worthy of criticism. And even the judge herself, okay, she gives the appearance of bias. There is no question about it. There's absolutely no question.
Every single defense motion, almost without fail, is denied, and every prosecution suppression motion is green lighted without it. I mean, like the same day, handwritten, approved. Like
same with objections and sustains. Okay,
exactly.
same. Yeah.
And that started
they
quit
their stuff without even having good evidence that needed to come in, and you let them block everything that they could even think of putting in on the third party because that was part of the scenario. They was not going to let that stuff in because it was damaging to their part.
It's unreal.
It's unreal. That's bottom line. It's for me, the crazy thing is to do this out in the open where it's so obvious to everyone. And it's sure the troll farm won't agree. The troll farm will say, no, that's the butt crack smelling powdered ass old ladies on Facebook. Of course, they're not going to agree. They say Rick Allen is guilty and Kathy is a bitch. And okay, fine. There's that percentage. But for the most part, people see so clearly what's done because it's done out in the open like this.
Tell me somebody who has two stents is going to be able to get those two individuals. One of them was like 150, like a full-grown, almost a woman, right? I mean, she was through puberty. How is that 5'4" guy against their will, without a sound, going to get them in those positions? How? Where there's dried blood going the other way? And like basically dried against the grain of gravity of where normally a bloody nose would come like straight out. No. It's a travesty. Like, to me, there's two separate parts of it. Number one, you have to solve the first part of it. And the first part of it, they've mucked up so much of the original crime that you really can't ever get. It's going to
be hard to get to that point.
It's going to be hard to get to that point. But what we do know is what happened to Richard Allen. From the time that he was taken by law enforcement. And for 2 days, they don't even have any paperwork for where he was. Where was he for 48 hours, the first 48 hours?
Well, there's
Where is he?
there's questions about his arraignment, because there are questions about whether he was even arraigned
Where
and
was
whether
he?
he had representation at that point. I mean,
He was taken into custody on the 26th and not arraigned till the 28th. Where was he at in those 48 hours? Where did they have him? That's the question.
And you see where they ended up, right? To me, if you look at and Prof, I know you visited this place. I haven't actually been there, but when you visit, if you look at the map, right, it does look like there's an access road over there by the cemetery, and it's only a couple hundred yards down to where they were, right? So if you had a powwow that you needed to, you set up the perimeter, right, and you've got to bring them back at some point, right? The whole thing about the Odin, though, is the only thing that kind of like strikes me a little bit is like, okay, did they actually set that up for somebody else, right? Like it was so ornate that you wouldn't leave it that way,
elaborate on that.
Okay,
to make it make sense.
So, if it was tied to some kind of satanic ritual, right? Let's just say that you needed to blame it on some people that you knew were a little crazy. Wouldn't you make it look like it and set it up like rituals that exist, right? To throw everyone else off. And we don't even know really when they went missing. If you throw the bridge you throw the whole bridge out, really they disappeared on the 12th, right? February 12th. So whatever happened from then to the 14th and at noon, you really don't know what happened, except for that's when they allegedly found him, right? So really you have like 36 hours to really kind of plan it. One of the things that you brought up, Prof, was that 13 of the 14 digital photos that were there were actually taken from that device. There was actually one that wasn't missing, right? And that turns out to be one of the key pictures of it. 13 out of 14 were actually taken from that device, not necessarily from one of the two victims, right? That doesn't necessarily have to be true. If you had something like AirDrop, right, where you got that extra picture, right? Now it's in their photo roll, but it didn't actually get snapped from that picture, right? It's just now a figment of the imagination of someone's artwork that are now on the phone that you've got part of the story. So now you've got an extra picture that's signed. I mean, you can change the metadata. I mean, I hate it for Rick that digital evidence that is not even verified, that is air quote enhanced in whose favor? Was it enhanced in Rick's favor, or was it enhanced in the state's favor? The audio, the video.
It was enhanced in the state's favor.
They tried to make it seem like the audio comes from the guy that's allegedly at the other end of the bridge.
Oh my
and
God.
Anyone who knows audio knows it's an impossibility. Sound works different. I've said this before. Sound travels differently than light. Okay, light travels as a standing wave. It's immediate and at the light speed. Sound dissipates at an exponential ratio. So every time you double your distance in proximity with sound, it falls off exponentially. So there's no way you're capturing audio from 300 feet away. It ain't happening.
I need to see okay, so when I look at the Indiana State Police, so first of all, they scrubbed the Delphi website from the Indiana State Police website. But if you did download those original bridge guy images, you'll see that Photoshop CS6 was used to make that file of bridge guy, the original file, and it was on the 16th,
Yes.
days later.
I verify that. Yes.
So now you've got digital evidence that you're sending a guy to prison for 130 years that we don't even know where it came from. We know that it came from a computer that was running CS6 2 days after the crime. But now we're talking about that the jury saw 43 seconds of a video. Why not show us that? If we really want to find the killers, why don't we want to see that?
I'm still waiting for it.
If it doesn't include the crime and it only includes either the victims or the perpetrators, why is that such forbidden fruit?
Well, Jake, I've said this. I've said even if it does show another man in the distance, who's to fucking say that man had anything to do with the crime?
It doesn't.
Yeah, they enhanced that video so much that, you know, it, and even if yeah, that's the key word, enhanced. You know, but it just, you know, how does the person sound so close, but yet so far away?
Because it ain't. Yeah, that's
Exactly.
See,
Who's to say they were even? They may not have ever even been there.
nothing adds up. Period. And that's my warning to the defense investigators, that you have to understand what you've been given is the result of already being cooked. So, how far are you going to get with that? You better find the witnesses who were there that day, every single one of them, and start to paint a picture.
And then they bring Kathy Shank out, like Peaches 81 said. That she's the useful idiot, right? I mean, number one, she has no oath of office, right? She's not a paid employee. She was paid what she was worth, by the way. They paid her nothing, and they just used her as sort of the scapegoat, right? I mean, how convenient is it that you find a lead sheet later, years later? Oh, here, Liggett, you may want to see this.
Yeah, and she doesn't have any accountability because she's not law enforcement either.
Exactly. Wipe their hands clean, ta. And look at how close there was state police guarding her when there was press around her. They weren't letting anything go on, right? This is not like, you know, this is her one day in the sun, but really they used her like a useful idiot that she is.
Yeah. I agree.
Well, I truly do hope that an in-depth investigation is opened into this entire thing. And I think it's just a matter of time. The investigators need investigating, okay? This entire thing needs investigating, oversight, review, whatever you want to call it, and not by the self. We don't need an internal self-review. We need an external review, and hopefully that's coming.
We need more than an external review. We need an external investigation, because they can go back on this and they can find all kinds of shit. I guarantee it.
Well, if anything was introduced into court that was modified in a significant way, those people are culpable, in my opinion. I think if you're modifying evidence to put someone away to convict them, and then putting that in front of the jury of a court of law,
that's questionable to begin with.
Well, dude, what gets me, okay, you had Nick McClellan in that press conference say exactly what he said in his closing statements to the jury. He said Libby was the hero for filming her killer intentionally, and Abby was the hero for hiding the phone intentionally under her dead fucking body that had been moved and staged. I mean, for me, that has to show, it's either showing idiocy or pre-knowledge that what you're doing is wrong. Because you would have to be an idiot or evil to say that Abby hid that phone intentionally from the killers under her dead body, under a shoe, after she was moved and staged, because she knew that that bridge guy was captured. That whole gaslight, it's almost like I'm saying how they do everything in the open. It's so over the top. It's inconceivable that he would do that. For me, it's how could you even, like, you're bringing it to fantasy level 100 here.
That's total fantasy, because how does, I don't mean to say this to be rude or inhuman, but how in the hell does a dead girl hide a phone under her in a shoe?
that's ridiculous.
Not even when she's dying. I'm sorry.
Exactly. They're not thinking about that when you're dying. Now, come on,
No.
people. That don't make sense at all.
She's a kid.
Exactly.
And
Look, if her body's moved and staged, come on.
Yep.
yeah,
Well, like I
and
said,
why exactly in the middle of the night where they have a headphone jack going in and out? Between the time Rick apparently did all this to the time that they were found, right? And it's hours. Prof, you've been there, and you said that like you would see them. Now, the one other evidence that they brought in was junk science on the bullet. Like what? It wasn't even a firearm that was involved in the crime. Like what? They've never seen or introduced anything that kind of weapon was used. Nothing other than a rusty bullet that's there. Now tell me, you don't think they have one in their pocket and one over here? I bet you they made that phone from Rick's, and this is all me speculating. I bet you they made his old phone. He had all of his old phones except for the one that they really needed. You don't think on the first search warrant they made that one go away? That would be a good one to just throw in your make sure it's destroyed, right? The one that would exonerate him and put him back on the couch that Kathy saw him and begged him to go into the police station to say, hey, make a report that you were there so that maybe there's some people that you saw that were connected, right? When he was home in the afternoon that day.
he was at home asleep on the couch at 5:30 in the afternoon.
And his wife saw him there and told him to go back in, right? That's the only time.
Yep.
The only time, that's the only reason he went back in there is that he felt that there was a duty. A veteran served in our armed forces.
Yep. Fought for our country.
Never did anything. The railroading on that to me, and then all of the people who said any bad words about it, all of a sudden either shut up or become, missing. And even the Ferenczi thing is public. Like now, the Ferenczi thing, you throw a Molotov cocktail in his window of his, so he runs out of the building, and then you snipe him as soon as he comes out. That's the country we live in today. That's what happens to you.
Shot him in the
Look,
head.
the only reason we know it's him is because one of those guys was lucky enough to put a bullet in his stupid ass, and he had to go to the hospital to save himself. Because had they missed, we possibly would have never known, and it'd be one of these huge mysteries. But so they're fucked, so that now they got to declare him unfit for trial. Questions need to be answered. And that's the thing about this case, that they were naive to think this would go away, because people are not going to rest. That, like, we got FBI agents watch this show. Okay. You think they're going to let one of their own be murdered and not have it dealt with?
So far, they've turned a blind eye. It shut Click down immediately. If you look at that 3/18/2024 motion to dismiss, when he's on direct examination, they said, what happened afterwards? And he said, well, everything that we had brought forward to the prosecution was pretty much put to bed after Ferenczi was taken out. In the line of duty, by the way.
Yeah, he was on the fucking clock. I mean, this is so infuriating. And these dick faces in Indiana think that they can do things this openly and that people are not going to see it. We're not living 100 years ago. The time
sisters.
for this shit has come to an end.
You had two of the sisters, right, that came forward and said, my brother has admitted to me when he was all screwed up that he was involved in this. She verified with a polygraph, the best one that they had in the state. She verifies that those two stories, they were being truthful, in that he said that. Not that it's true. I'm not saying that it's true, but they verified from two independent sources, two different people, from her polygraph, said that both of them were not lying when they recounted what he said. Okay. So At that point, she comes up dead.
And she's coincidentally dead now. Yeah.
But
One of
Anyone-
one of his sisters is dead, and the polygraph lady's dead, and her husband's dead.
And she could have taken the stand and testified to what she verified in that polygraph exam. And think of what else she had knowledge of due to that privileged position.
Yep.
Instead, we have also the person who called 911, right? That could have verified that they didn't, the one who said basically they didn't respond to my call after I heard these things, right? She's missing. She's no longer around.
Or are you talking about Taya Miller, who called in the 2 a.m. screams?
Yes.
Yeah, she's around, but she's in prison. Okay, we found her. So don't worry about her. That's taken care of. You just
And
don't worry about that.
then there was the judge that the car fell on over there.
Well, there you go. There you go. Judge Mommer. Yes.
Yeah. I couldn't remember the name, but I remember that happening.
And these guys in a straight face come out in this press conference. They didn't even have to do this press conference. They could have just gone on with business as usual. It's another, Thursday afternoon. But no, they had to spike the ball in everyone's face and continue the gaslighting and stroke their own egos on this. They didn't even believe it themselves.
This whole case has been nothing but gaslight.
For me, that was it. For me, it would have been fine, but it was the doubling down with this press conference. That was probably the nail in the coffin for these fucks, because you don't think that there's people, like I said to you, I know we have retired law enforcement, we have retired feds, we have retired military, we have current law enforcement, current feds, current military. We have people watching. Okay. I think that press conference, that was probably the final nail in the coffin for these fucks to come and double down on this shit when they very well know that they should be grateful that they got away with it to this point. Oh,
yeah.
I know I yelled in the mic. I'm sorry for that.
No, you're good.
Like I said, that it was the end for the new beginning.
Perfect. Yeah, you did.
That's the way I look at it. It's an end. It's an end. It's a perfect end to a new beginning for we the people to start talking out and putting this shit out there.
I agree.
Yeah, it's and look, Donnie, I really do appreciate you coming on, because I'm glad to meet you and talk to you. You've been awesome in the chat, but having you here, it's just a whole other level. So I appreciate you coming.
And it's good to have local perspective too. I mean, I'm not in a small town, but those kind of things, I mean, they think they can get away with it because for the last 40 years, they have. It's gone their way. They've never had any resistance. And you see that with the Mullen interview. He's been there 42 years, and he had no problem covering it up. It was like business as usual to him. Oh, the prison, the warden comes on, prisoner, yeah, jail sucks. And that's it. That's, just the detachment of any sort of compassion or any sort of there's another human being involved here, right? The way that they treated this man and blamed him for it, and they thought that blaming him would allow them to get away with it. Blaming them is now lit this on fire, and that's their fatal mistake. And slamming it in our face last week on the 20th when they sentenced him is just the beginning, because we need the transcripts. I need to see the digital evidence, and if there was any fuckery going on, it's going to come out.
It's like I said, it's I've always taunted. I will admit to this. From time to time, I taunt and I say TikTok on my little fucking community post. There's a reason I do that, because time is like the great healer or the rectifier of wounds, right? And time will be what takes care of this, because this can only last for so long. And you're right, Jake, that this has lit this on fire. I assert They never meant this to go to trial. The big fucking problem here was that Rick wasn't easy to break as far as convincing him to take a plea deal. So they lit this shit on fire. No matter what, even look, it doesn't even really matter what happens to him, because whether his appeal is denied or he's given a new trial, whatever happens, the cat's already out of the bag. People are not going to stop looking. And just since this trial started, I've already said we've had triple the number of people come into the community. You know, remember when Andrea was doing her lives, there would be 10,000 live stream viewers.
Yep.
Imagine 10,000 people watching in real time, tuned in to what was going on in the trial.
Yep.
That's not nothing.
No, because you go back and look at them videos now, there's a lot more views than what we'd ever think.
Yeah. People are tuned in, and people are going to keep. And look, we think of all the things. That's why I constantly try to address the new viewers. Think of all the things that we've already been through. I know both of you have probably been watching this for years. Think of the new people coming in who are coming in first time. They're going to be just like us. They're going to be engaged for years.
They're coming in and they're getting their minds blown right off the bat. They're getting overloaded right off the bat, and I'm telling you, there's more people coming our way.
And there's rules in place for a reason. There's a reason why we don't put people that have not been convicted of a crime in prison in this country.
Yep.
We stand on that. If we give that up in this case, where that's okay, and if you look at the one in New York, where conveniently there was no cameras in the courtroom and they threw him right in a prison also.
Yep.
That's how we're going to do business these days. We just need a good scapegoat, and then, you know, your rights, screw your rights. Your rights are nothing to me. Your First Amendment, you can't say anything. You don't have a right to a fair trial. You can't present your own defense. I mean, how many of them do I need to go down in the Constitution to where they've checked every single one of these boxes, right? Where in prison, you know, you shouldn't be able to be thrown in prison without conviction of a crime. They do it. You shouldn't be administered medicine while you're in confinement there. Like, this is disgusting what they've done to him.
There's a reason there's a term called pre-trial detainee. You need to learn it if you don't know it.
And there was no presumption of innocence in any part of this.
No, he was convicted when he was arrested. He was convicted.
Bloodlust. Remember Diener? Bloodlust.
Yep.
Yeah, she was running big time interference too, right? And she wanted everything out. And in the motion to dismiss that I keep coming back to, Baldwin was fighting his ass off trying to get some of this stuff admissible, right? He was I would say that the court appointed lawyers for him, they took that challenge on, and they knew they were in a losing battle from the very jump. And they tried everything that they could. But when you've got everything stacked against you, you're not going to win. And I think when they figured out that I can't have a third-party defense, I can't bring up any of these people that we know that we have very good points, at least their admissions and what they've said verified, and not being in, that is, you have the right to bring whatever defense you want to say I didn't commit these crimes. And Gold took that away from an American citizen and veteran Richard Allen. On Christmas Eve, he's going to be spending in back to the Department of Corrections. It's sad. But thanks for having me on. I know I haven't been vocal. I'm in the chat every once in a while, but Prof, thanks for being one of our heroes and being brave enough to be able to keep this in the forefront. And it's a great community with really good people. A lot of people that don't have friends and want to be on the other side, and they're just as sick and twisted as they come. And what I really hope though is that these people that are basically shills and state actors weren't also involved in creating some of this evidence that sent him to jail. Now, if it comes out that some of these people were actually involved, and we know they use the narrative, right? The narrative that is out there was also shared by the prosecution. But if they were actually involved in modifying any evidence, they should go down for that.
Well, that takes me back to the bullet. I think the bullet was planted.
It smells like it.
You know, I don't see the point of the bullet even being there. Why would he have a bullet? Why would he have a gun when he has a knife?
And if it even was a bullet, didn't where they found the property on the property of the owner of that property also has a 40 cal? Doesn't he have one just like it that was also not able to be brought in?
Ron Logan had, I think, the same gun.
Brad Weber across the creek surely did.
Had the same gun.
Yeah. I mean, and a whole bunch of law enforcement.
Anyway, you've got an unspent bullet that they say have markings on it. First of all, tool markings are notoriously a little bit sketchy to begin with, right? I mean, from the beginning, anytime you hear tool marking and this, they didn't have the balls to even put an image of the comparisons of the two that the lady that was testifying that said matched it. Before she even, air quote, matched it, she said, just get me a bullet, I'll match it. Now, how can that even be brought into a trial where she's already saying, just get me something, and I'll connect the dots from there?
Why did the bullet have three extraction marks?
Yeah, like let's see if this is, if the gag order is lifted, let's show us exactly the science that you did around that. We need to see it.
How would you have to fire a bullet in order to match the marks of an unfired cartridge? Like,
incredible.
That's a false test, guys. That's a false test.
Incredible.
When she fired that gun, she threw that test out in the weeds.
Yeah, it's super sketchy, and it's just too convenient, right? It's just too convenient. We happen to find the shiny object, and I'll put the camera up. Like, come on, like really, there was no proof that a firearm was even involved in the crime.
No, none at all.
No, but you notice what a bunch of the fucking trolls did for years. They tried to tell you they saw a firearm in that bridge guy video. Oh yeah. Like, don't forget the number of YouTubers who were showing you there's a pistol on that bridge guy video before this PCA ever dropped.
They had it all set up.
Yeah, it smells to me like this whole narrative for a long time. And remember Tobe Lesenby? Okay, remember this before you go, Jake. Remember Tobe Lesenby doing this thing with fucking I think it was Hannah Shakespeare maybe, where he has the bullet, and it's definitely a 40 caliber round sitting on his desk in the Delphi PD,
Right.
I believe, or wherever the fuck.
Yeah, just sitting out.
And if you look back in 2017, the most carried firearm by law enforcement was the 40 caliber.
Exactly.
It was. There's a reason. Those of you who don't know that, go look about the FBI Miami shootout. There's a whole reason the 40 caliber was developed by Smith & Wesson. It's amazing. It is an amazing round. It still kicks the shit out of 9mm. It's the only thing is that nowadays 9mm are supercharged, so they perform better. So now they've been admitted or are adopted by most law enforcement because they're lighter. You can put more in the magazine, etc. But 40 is still a son of a bitch of a round. This whole thing around the round is junk science. It's been to mislead you, and think about it. It's the only fucking single piece of evidence tying Rick Allen to this crime. The only one.
Yep, it's the only one tying him to it. And if you ask me, the bullet was planted at his house also.
Exactly on the search warrant.
Yep, it's the exact same bullet that was at the crime scene was found at his house, and it was only one of that bullet that was found at his house.
Yep, because the others were blazers.
Ta-da! Yeah.
This whole fucking thing, for those of you who are new, look, just trust me. It's going to take longer than you ever imagined to start to wrap your mind around what we're saying, but it's of epic proportions. It boggles the mind.
Yeah.
They're
Why?
putting out
Over the
big
murders of
miscalculation.
2 little girls. When children are murdered every day, why this one? Just continuously ask yourself that. Why? What could it be that would cause this over the murder of 2 little girls?
Well, just think if they would have elected a different sheriff, right, or a different, when the election that was coming up, if someone else, if you had some new eyes that were on it and got to kind of review some of the documents that were there, that would be game over for them, right? So they had to do everything that they could during that election, right? Because you've got four, you got the fires in Florida, and you've got 2 teenagers that. And we're going to reelect you? No, you needed to put somebody down. You had to have somebody in cuffs for you to be able to say, because they needed that. You had to have that, or else you get new sets of eyes on all of this, right?
Which means you would have lost control of it all back then.
Which
they would have never allowed.
Right.
Yep. Look what they did to Thomas. Before the election, they did that to Thomas. They started demoting him when he mentioned bringing out other outside help. They shunned him and put him
right. Nope.
They weren't having that.
My opinion, that's why Kathy Shank. Okay, you know my conspiracy theory? That's the day that it was decided we're going to put this in this box and we're going to have Kathy go clean that office.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And look what I found.
Oh, look what I found.
Yeah, did you find any others? Was it within a stack of other ones? No, it's just the one that has his name on it. How convenient.
And the one tip that they had for Richard Allen was his own tip.
Cleared.
Yeah, cleared.
And no one saw him. And just they published out videos. They got sketches that were from eyewitnesses that were there. That doesn't look like him. It does. A 5'4" man, I'm sorry, and if you're a 5'4" man is going to stand out. It's not that it's bad or anything like that, but it's distinguishable, right? If you're tall and slender, if you're short, whatever.
You would say short guy.
A short guy. You wouldn't say a young guy.
Yeah.
It's unreal. And for years, they had this story that it was more than one person. Even when they had him arrested, they thought there was more. They said a single person couldn't have committed this, right? They had to. We're leaving this open, all of these things. And now you get to the press conference after he's convicted, and he was now this lone wolf. We got a one-man wolf pack here, Rick Allen.
And let's be clear, guys.
When they was dead,
in his heart
on it being more than one.
2 stents in his heart, and he's manhandling teenagers without a sound while there was confirmed other people there. I don't think they were ever there, Prof. I don't think they were ever there.
I'm with you there. I don't think they was ever there myself.
I think the device was there. I just don't think the 2 girls were ever there until conveniently they found them at noon the next day.
I think the device was there. It was just planted there to make the times all work.
Well, I certainly think this. I think the majority of your witnesses were there to establish forensic digital evidence of a narrative. And that's my conspiracy theory. So you start with looking at those witnesses and say, why in the fuck were you there taking pictures and sending text? But that hasn't been done yet.
What was on the SD card that McCain had?
There's also, there was one other thing that
had that case. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, sorry.
But they never even mentioned the SD card that they had from I think it was McCain. They never even mentioned that, but they took it for evidence.
When one of the perps that they thought was there showed up with a phone that they wanted to download, he shows up months later and he has 4 days of footage. He basically has reset his phone within the last 4 days. That's all they had on it.
Johnny Messer,
Yep.
Shows up as, and that's all you have.
brand new
And-
phone. You're telling me that's not combative?
right.
See,
Well,
that's why the
very-
Frank's memorandum matters. Despite, did you see how Doug Carter tried to pull at that press conference and say, "Did you read the dossier? I mean, what in the hell? The defense is evil. They killed Robert Ford." You know, dude, because in that defense memorandum for the Franks hearing, they said yes. I think it was Messer or was it Westfall? I can't even remember because they've all done stupid shit like that. There's a lot to look into, y'all.
There is. And there's also another phone that was turned into the defense that the defense had possession of that was from a female individual that maybe future shows will have, right? That was turned in, right? And
That was, I think that was Johnny Messer's phone, maybe.
Taylor Hornady.
Maybe.
Oh yeah, the Goldilocks. Yeah.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Goldilocks phone.
Yeah,
she
there you
said,
go.
I think there's
Every bit of
I think there's
rehab is
evidence
on
on
it.
this phone that you may be interested in, and that the state didn't want any part of it. They didn't want to look at it. They didn't want to investigate it. They didn't even want to extract it. And it ends up in the defense's hands. They have no way of getting it in.
Yeah,
Right.
true.
And they
Well,
wouldn't
thank you,
even.
guys. I'm sorry to cut it short, but I just want to say I guess I'm ready to wind it down. So I'll give you each. If you guys want to bring it into a
I've-
close, go ahead.
I've just got one thing to ask, Prof.
Yeah.
I've got a friend in Kokomo. Her niece went missing a few months ago, or a few weeks ago, I should say. They haven't seen the poor girl. Haven't seen nothing of her. I'll put a picture on my screen real quick and show you a picture of her. If anybody can help, please do.
Sure. Let me remove Jake and I for a moment, and that way you get the full screen for this. You guys listen up to Donald for a minute. Oh, did he freeze up?
Yeah, I think he's frozen.
Uh-oh. Maybe because he tried something on the phone, but so he sounds like he has a missing person's photo. So hopefully he'll come back and show us.
Yeah, sometimes when you click off of that with StreamYard, it can
Yeah,
pause.
there
you.
I am. I'm back.
Oh, there you are.
Okay, this oh, I can't take a picture of it. But her name is May Dively. She is a young lady. She's like 13 or 14 years old. She disappeared. The family has not heard or seen of her since. And like I said, her aunt's name is Rochelle. She is a good friend of mine, and it gets me kind of hard because I knew this little girl. And
Can you spell her name for us, Donnie?
Mae Dively, Diveley.
And what's the location she went missing?
Kokomo.
Oh, wow. I'm looking for something here. See if I can find any. I don't see anything yet on the internet, but
There is a picture of her right there on my screen right now.
oh, here we go. Okay, hold on now, Jakes.
That is such a beautiful family, and she was such a beautiful little girl. And we need a lot of help to try to find her. You know, her aunt is a very, very close friend of mine, and I'll do anything in the world for her, and I want to help find May for them. And I appreciate everybody doing what they can. And thank you.
Christmas to
Okay,
you.
absolutely, Donnie. Hopefully everyone can see that. Well, we're going to pray for her as well. And on Christmas, it's just absolutely horrible to think of, but we're going to pray for the best.
Her aunt messaged me the other day and sent me that, and I said, you know what? I'm already got a pretty decent presence on YouTube. I'm going to start putting it out there.
Awesome.
So,
Well, please update us in the next time we do a show. Okay.
okay, I'll talk to the aunt that's a friend of mine. I'll talk to her and see if I can get any more information.
All right. Thank you. And Jake, anything before we get out of here?
This is not the America that I want to live in. So that's why I came on. And we all have rights. We have to stand for these rights. If they take them away from us, then we no longer have them. So you, this kangaroo court that they and publicity that they've put out is this goofy narrative that they have is disgusting to me. And I appreciate you, continuing that candle and being out there and shining the light on this that they don't want any light shined on. So thanks for having me on and for the discussion. I appreciate it. And just keep going. You got my support.
Thank you, Jake. And thank you, Donnie.
And,
I sent you a message. Please email me her information, and
okay,
I'll make a big
I'll have
post
to,
about it.
I'll get more information. I will get a hold of her aunt here. I'll probably do it after Christmas. I'll get a hold of her and I will get information to you as I can.
Okay. God bless, Donnie. Love you.
And Prof, thank you very much for having me on. And thanks to everybody for listening. I just want to, I'm like Prof, I don't have a channel, but I'm on many other channels. And, I just want to encourage everybody, let's keep the good fight going. Richard Allen is innocent. He shouldn't be there. He should be at home with his family. And like I said, everybody have a Merry Christmas and thank you, everybody.
Okay. God bless, Donnie. Love you. Bye-bye. All right. Merry Christmas, Donnie, and Merry Christmas to Jake. I really do appreciate their presence here tonight. That was an amazing surprise. Okay. A pleasant surprise. See, sometimes things work out for a reason. And I am so glad to have them on because their voices have not been heard enough. So that was amazing. And I do appreciate their presence. And for all of you out there, I do have a call to action. This is what I need you to do. Okay. Those of you who are able, because everyone's not able. Okay. If this is not your thing, don't do it. If it is your thing, do it. We need to send in freedom of information request to the court in the trial of Richard Allen. You send in your request for evidence. What we need is this. We need every exhibit in the trial against Richard Allen. Every single admitted exhibit in the trial for Richard Allen. Okay? One by one. That's what we need. We need Freedom of Information Act request submitted to the court for evidence in the Richard Allen case. Every single admitted exhibit. You go in and you fill them out, and or you send those emails, and you say, "We need it." Okay, we need it. We need every single exhibit. There's no question. Okay, and guess what? Every single exhibit belongs to the public. If you happen to reside in the state of Indiana, that is your that is your property by birthright. See, I got it out. I was trying to say it. So please send in those Freedom of Information Act requests to the judge for each and every exhibit that was entered into the trial in the state of Indiana versus Richard Allen. And that's a starting place. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Amy. Merry Christmas. This has been one of the best Eves of Christmas Thank you. Thank you, Mar R. Okay. Thank you, Lewis. A lot of nice comments here. What's up, Just James? Okay. All right, so that covers it for tonight. That was an amazing Christmas hangout. I want to thank you all for being here, and again, apologize that my pre-planned programs did not work out for you, but hopefully God worked it out for the better, so that we got Donnie and Jake for a little three-way discussion here. I think it was beneficial, it was productive, and it was good. So. Go love the people you're with for Christmas. Absolutely. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get off early. I'm going to do some more food, some hanging out, some movie watching, and some phone calling before it gets too late. Okay. Yeah. And God bless Amber Boyles with the Marathon gas station. We will not forget her either. She's not often mentioned, but we do think about her. Okay. Okay. So I love you guys. I appreciate it so much. I want to thank you all for being here. Again, and to reflect Joe Lewis, as I read at the beginning, this is your community. Okay. Yes, it's my channel, and I'm a tyrant on this channel. I run this channel like a dictatorship, and I do so willingly and with a lot of bravado. This is my little corner of the YouTube universe, and that's fine because there's all kind of corners. Okay, so go find the dictator you love the most and watch his channel or her channel. But that being said, this community here is beyond this dictatorship. Okay, this is your community, and you just visit here while you're here, and I'm fine with that. I love that so many of you are brave enough to join the chat from the Lurker crew and express yourself in the chat, because that is valuable. Where would we be without those of you expressing yourselves in the chat? It would look like I'm just here talking to myself, but we know that only 10% come in this chat and express themselves. So that just shows that that this is bigger than it appears. And like I said, imagine Andrea Burkhart would have 10,000 people watching in real time for up-to-date, accurate information on the Delphi murders trial against Richard Allen for 4 to 6 hours at a time. Yes. So that means there's interest, and there will continue to be interest. Okay. So I'd like to dedicate this show again tonight to the wonderful creators out there who continuously brave the insane farm for the elbow room to come out here and speak their mind and give their opinions and their views and try to speak loudly for truth and transparency above all in these murders of children's cases that we care about. I'd also like to dedicate it to the victims of these crimes, especially in this particular instance, the beautiful Abby and Libby, and the poor victims of the Flora fire who, in whatever way it transpired, lost their lives, and to their mothers, because we do love all their mothers, and we want to pray for them and their mothers on this holiday season so that they feel the outreaching of our spirits. I don't agree with you on everything, but please keep going. There are things that need to see the light. Well, thank you, Darla. I don't expect you to agree, and you don't have to. Go agree somewhere else with someone else on something else. But I'm still going to be here doing what I do, and I appreciate what you do agree with. Okay, and thank you, Kayla, especially, and Amy for being here and being my awesome mods. Also, Heather Brown was here earlier. She's my awesome mod, too. All my awesome mods. Mar R. Amy. What's up, Johnny Kramer? Merry Christmas to you. Merry Christmas to all. And please support the channel. Hit the thumbs up. Okay, we got the thumbs up. You hit the like. It helps the channel. Leave a comment down below. It helps the channel, especially on the replays. And hit the Cash App and the buy me a coffee or the super chats and support the channel financially, because I sure do love when you support the channel financially. It helps me keep going with optimism and also helps me take care of the various bills that I have to take care of on a revolving basis, which are far too many for any normal person that have to keep up with. This has become a full-time job, and that's what I do. Okay, I do a full-time job at working on this for you now. And who would have ever known? I would have never thought that coming onto YouTube would have become a serious endeavor. I thought from the very beginning I would come on and give my little opinion and go away and do it from time to time. And who knew that this would turn into an engaging endeavor that I chose to do and began to do full time. So now it's what I do constantly, is day in, day out. I make the phone calls in the mornings, I put the presentations together in the afternoons, and I do the shows in the evenings. And that has become the Prof's life. And I'm not complaining. It's something that it's fulfilling. And the most amazing thing has been to see the people come on into the community and gravitate around me. And I do appreciate that so much. Jake Brooks gifted 50 profs. What? Oh my gosh. So you know what I got to do, Jake, is read everyone who got a membership. God bless you. Okay. So Nancy Drew 101. It was gifted a membership. Catastrophe. Osana Luke, Crystal, Criminal Network, Aloha 808, Icy Cat, Miss K, Carolyn, Answer 42, Michelle Abbott, Love versus Money 68, Shadow Sleuth, Lizica, Dennis McKean, Teresa Gosnell, Miracle Hearts, Lisa, Angie Duff, Madison Stevens, Kate Eleanor, Leslie, Lisa Shaw, Mother Dragons, Westy. What's up, Westy? Long time no see. Emmy Sue, Molly Watts, Snarky Ass Angel, Teresa, Lewis, Kate U, TJ, Cetrus, Auto Doctor, Lone Pony, Kit Kat, Carla Ann, Sterling. What up, Sterling? Long time no see. Free Ricky Bay, Kim Moore, Lost in Wonderland, Suzanne, Fur Baby Daddy, Jennifer, Angela, Sherian, KT Recovers, Joey Lowell, Joe Scoop, Andre. Wow, all you guys got memberships. Now that's a huge Christmas gift. Okay, so Jake just gifted the entire community. That's pretty much everyone in the chat. So everyone in the chat, God bless you. God bless you. I hope that you received a membership. If you didn't, I hope you received the next one. Okay, so God bless you all. And Jake Brooks, that's amazing. You didn't have to do that. All right. Wow, that's just a wow. Look at, all right. But we will be here for the next show. I don't know if it'll be in the next few days, but we'll have another show. The very next show, it should be fascinating to watch, because hopefully my guest, my very special guest, they will be available for the next few days. We'll line it up when they can all do it, and we'll do an amazing end of the year show, which is my goal for you, to do an amazing, engaging, entertaining, and hopefully a lot of smiles to be had end of the year show. So it was a worthwhile Merry Christmas. Yes. And I'm going to go enjoy the rest of my Christmas, you guys. But thank you so much. Okay. You guys are wonderful. What's up, Kaleido Hope? That's a nice name. Merry Christmas. Just found your channel. Well, hope you got a membership. Hello to you. Okay. Don't forget to write the DOJ regarding the injustices. Also, like I said, you guys can write one single letter, one perfect letter about Delphi, and you can send it out to all sorts of individuals. Okay, it's a way to do it. Oh yes, all new members, please go watch Train Guy immediately. Go watch Train Guy. Okay, I have a video on my video sections called Train Guy. Please go watch it immediately. It's highly concerning. All right, I love you guys so much. Oh, look at Snarky Ass Angel with a $4.99 super sticker. Thank you. Okay, and I know her name is Snarky Sass Angel, but I like calling her Snarky Ass Angel. So get over it. And if she has a problem with it, I'm sure she'll correct me. So she has no problem expressing herself. All right. That was a good one. We went 4 hours and 30 minutes. Way too long. Okay, way too long on Christmas. But that's what happened, okay? That's what happened. Spike Dog, thank you for the super chat. Merry Christmas, Prof and Little Prof. Thank you so much, Spike Dog. Okay. And Merry Christmas, everyone. Thank you for everything. Enjoyed the company. Yeah, it was a nice Christmas. Right, nice little Christmas hangout. And like I said, it was such a blessing to have Donnie and Jake on unexpectedly. So, hey, couldn't ask for anything more. That was my Christmas gift for the channel. Oh, shut it. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, you shut. Oh, no. I get him talking. What? You sit, sit, sit. What? What? You going to say something? What? What? I know. Oh, he's not going to say anymore. Anyway, God bless everyone and good night. Merry Christmas to you, 2024. What a year it has been. God bless. All right. Hug your kids, hug your wife, or your husbands, or whatever you got at home, even if you should dogs. Go hug them. Have a Merry Christmas. Have a wonderful night, a good day tomorrow. It should be amazing. Okay? Have the best Christmas you've ever had and make it that. Walk, please. Put it down. Okay, say Merry Christmas. All right, good night.